Good morning, everyone. Hello. Welcome to our Open Learner Day brought by EESTEC Training Team. I'm Tunca Deniz Yazıcı. I am External Affairs Coordinator for EESTEC Training Team, and today I will be hosting you for the first half of the webinars. So welcome to you all, and thanks again for being with us today. So what is it, this Open Learning Day? Why we come up with this? Where did it come from, and why we believe that this is a good idea for everyone to join? So let's start with how it come from. We were joining a really cool webinar series, let's say, made by Code Academy some days ago, maybe even weeks. You know, in quarantine, we don't really know how the days are working. I actually cannot even remember how the days are working anymore. But today is Saturday, I know, because today is the Open Learning Day. Anyway, so we joined this, and it took almost every aspect of lockdown into its focus. So it started from parenting, it then go into personal awareness, it went to cooking, and it also went to language learning. So we're like, wow, this is so cool, and we can learn so much. But you know, we were cherry picking because, I mean, me no parent, I really don't want to hear about cooking. I also can cook, whatever. But then we thought, wow, like, can we really do this for soft skills? Why not? We can. And today we're here together hosting you to have this Open Learning Day for soft skills. Why we invited you here and why you will be having multiple trainers of ours is because we believe that it's really important to enhance the concept of tools that you have, and we believe that these short things will be actually helping you to get a true sense of what we deliver in 4 hours of soft skill sessions. So get ready to practice, get ready to hands-on thingies through the day, and get ready to meet with really awesome people, which I almost cooperated with all of them. And I can guarantee you that every one of them are unique and wonderful people. So today, first we will be hosting Žiga. So welcome, Žiga. He is trainer from previous year, from 2019, and he is a chairperson. He used to be a chairperson of EESTEC Ljubljana, one of our big committees, let's say. So today he will be talking quite some, let's say, magical maybe things. You will be hearing how magical it can get. It is going to be a good time spent, I would say, on some inspiring, heroic stories. So maybe it's time to meet with Žiga. Žiga, can you introduce yourself to us?
Yes, hello. Thank you for the introduction. I don't think I need to add much. So let's just get into it. We have a lot of materials to cover, so I will start sharing my screen and let's go. All right. Can you see the presentation now? Okay, perfect. So hero's journey. And what can good stories teach us about living a good life? This is a question that I asked myself throughout my life. And as a soft skills trainer for the past year, it's also a very useful skill because, as we see, stories are an important way of how we live and orient ourselves in the world. And without further ado, let's get on with the adventure. And how is our hero's journey going to look today? First, we will tell the story of storytelling itself. Then we'll look at the hero's journey. We'll also mention some downsides and limitations of using the hero's journey. I'm going to give you a very unconclusive conclusion, and for the last 5 minutes, we'll open the floor for your questions, which you can submit in the chat. Now, the story of storytelling, how the stories came to be and how we came to be together with them. this is one of the first storytelling that we are aware of, putting them on caves. But it started before that. And soon when humans started speaking, we were sharing stories around the fire. Then when the print was invented, we started making books, and then everyone was able to read the same story because it was written down, structured, and permanent. And what about storytelling nowadays? All you need is a cell phone and you're a storyteller. Instagram invites you to share your own story, the story of your life. You can write it and share it. Storytelling has never been this democratized. And if we look at GoPro, their slogan is literally be a hero. They're telling you with our cameras, you can be a hero and share it with everyone. So stories have been with us for a very long time, and we seem to have evolved together with them. But why do we even need them? They have been with us for so long. Why? Do they offer some advantage? Maybe they were even evolutionary beneficial, and that's why we still have them. Well, I'm no evolutionary psychologist, so I'm not going to tackle this question, but I will share with you what are the functions of stories, what they do for us. First of all, with stories, we teach. We tell little kids stories about the things they should or shouldn't do. We invent religions that give us some instructions with a story behind. Because we couldn't explain it with science, we made up a story. We have this need to give meaning to everything. Stories also connect us. Again, religion, it's a shared story, or a story of a country, of a nation. And for those of you who are in NGOs, you have a shared history and a story you tell yourselves about your NGO as a group of people. Of course, stories also entertain us. Sometimes we read a book or watch a movie just for fun. And last but not least, they inspire us. They show us how good we can be, how people greater than us have done things in the past, and they inspire us with their actions and the obstacles that they overcome. And this is the main thing that we will try to tackle today. The hero's journey, the heroes that inspire us, and what commonalities they share and what we can learn from them. So how has the hero's journey, this idea came to be? Joseph Campbell, philosopher, he was reading a lot of stories, like a lot of people, and he realized that there are a lot of commonalities, and he wrote a book about it. It's called A Hero with a Thousand Faces, and then some people were simplifying it. One of them was Dan Harmon, who came up with his story of structure. It has 8 parts, and it looks like this. For those who don't know, Dan Harmon is the one who created the show Community and Rick and Morty. So these are the 8 stages that he defined. So first, a character is in a zone of comfort, but they want something. So they enter an unfamiliar situation, adapt to it, get what they wanted, pay a heavy price for getting it, and then return to their familiar situation, having changed. And to make it even simpler, he put it in a circle and defined these 8 stages with just one word. So you need, you go, you search, you find, you take, you return, and you bring change. And here in the middle, you can see there's a line between the ordinary world and the special world. So in the stage 3, you go from status quo, a zone of comfort, into uncomfort, from order to chaos. And then in the end, you come back. Now let's go through each of the 8 stages of a story. So first of all, we start with the ordinary world. This is Harry living in his cupboard, being abused by his aunt and uncle, or in Star Wars, those who don't recognize this, this is the farm where Luke Skywalker lived. This is where things are comfortable to us, but we're a little bit unsatisfied. So there's some desire. And I think this picture signifies this perfectly. Here you see Luke Skywalker looking at the sunset, thinking that there must be something more, that he wants more than this. And then a call to adventure comes. Hagrid knocks down the door and tells Harry that he's a wizard. Or in Matrix, he gets the text, "Wake up and follow the white rabbit." And usually at first, here you see the surprised face of Harry. We refuse this call to adventure. Maybe we think that we're not good enough, or that we lack the right competences to go. But we do, because we have mentors that help us. In Lord of the Rings, it was Gandalf. For Neo, it was Morpheus. For Harry, it was Dumbledore. And in the beginning, Hagrid. These are the people that help us get through things. And it doesn't always have to be people we know. Sometimes it can be a book, an idea, a movie, whatever that gives us the knowledge and the courage, the support we need to move on, to cross the threshold. In Harry Potter, one of these thresholds is crossing this platform, 9 3/4, when he literally goes from ordinary train station to a magical train station, or when Neo decides to take the red pill and get into the Matrix. And for us, who are in NGOs, this can be applying to be part of a project, or going for a board position, to move, to apply for a job in a foreign country, something that takes us out of the comfort zone. And then when we enter this new world, we meet new people. Some of them will be our friends, and some of them will be our enemies. And along the way, we will have some tests. We will have to prove ourselves. And throughout this journey, we learn. We descend into the new world and learn the new rules. And we also learn about ourselves. And finally, we meet the goddess. Luke embarked on a journey to go deliver the message from Princess Leia to Obi-Wan, and then to find her. This was the bottom of the circle, what he was looking for. This is when the switch happens, and we get what we want, what made us start going on a journey. Maybe it was experience, if we applied for some position. Whatever it is, we find something. But the journey is not over yet, because we have to take this back. And there will be some trials on our return as well. For Luke Skywalker, this was fighting with Darth Vader, and Obi-Wan had to lose his life to delay him so they could escape Vader. So after we get what we want, our trials will not be over. You have to give something up. Maybe it's a part of your personality that is holding you back. And only after that, you can return. You take what you wanted to take, and you escape. You go from the special world to the ordinary world. And you bring change. For Luke, it was learning what he needed to learn so he could destroy the Death Star. And for Harry Potter, we can see that the road took him literally back to where it started, with Hagrid. He sacrificed himself, so he had to face Voldemort, died, and then came back from the dead, and defeated Voldemort ultimately. This was the change that he brought. And again, if we came back to our own experience, this can be after we took part in some project, or we had a position in our boards. We learned something, but that's not over. The important part is that we bring what we learn into our normal life, into our other relationships, not just with the people we are working with, but also with our friends and family. And if you look at the large scale of someone going through an NGO experience, you first get recruited because you need some experience. You want to learn something more, to develop yourself. So you join whatever organization you join, or you get a job. And then in the fourth stage, you search, you meet different people, you go and apply for different projects, go on events, you travel, and you learn not just about the organization, but also, and more importantly, about yourself. And then you find what you were looking for. You get the experience, you meet the friends that you wanted to meet. And then you have to bring it back to your other life. So not just taking what you learned in your NGO experience and using it there, but also using it in your university life or in the job that you get once you return. So return can be going from a position in an NGO, from being a member there, to getting a job in a real life, sort of. And the important thing is that you come back having changed. So you're a better friend, a better employee, better son, daughter, whatever, because of this experience. And one important point I would also like to make, that there's not just this duality between the ordinary and the special world. We can also make a distinction between what we want and what we need. Because often what makes us go on a journey is something that we want. Here Harman used the word need, which is not the most appropriate. We start because something we want. For example, you want to meet new friends, and that's why you join an organization, but actually you also discover things about yourself, and this fulfills a deeper need, which is what you then bring back to real life. Or sometimes it can be reverse. You join to get experience, but you realize that what you really needed were friends. And you can see this everywhere in life. Every good story has this switch moment where the character realizes that they've been doing something wrong. Even in romantic comedies, there's usually a stereotype of a guy, he wants to be cool, and then he meets a girl he likes, but he doesn't accept him because he's kind of an asshole, if you excuse my French. And then he realizes that he was being a bad person, and he has to take this realization and return. Usually you see this return as running back to the altar and bringing the changes, stopping the wedding, and getting the girl of his, getting the girl he really wanted. So these stories are everywhere. I'm sure you were noticing it before, but hopefully now that you have this structure in your mind, it will really start popping up in the smallest of things. Even in commercials, they try to sell us products by not selling us the product itself, but the adventure it will take us on. You're not just taking your kids to school, you are doing drag racing and killing dragons along the way. It needs to be interesting. The product needs to make you a hero, which kind of brings us to the downsides and limitations of this hero's journey being everywhere. Because nowadays, I will just stop sharing the screen. Nowadays, we are expected to have an adventure everywhere. Your Instagram stories need to be perfect. They need to show your amazing life, how you're doing great things every day, being amazing, and it puts really high expectations on us. We want everything to be perfect. Whenever a stranger, a girl, a boy smiles at us, we expect a love story to develop, but sometimes it's just a nice smile, or sometimes it can develop in an abusive relationship. Or we look at Steve Jobs. For every Steve Jobs out there making great products, how many get inspired by him and deliver nothing, but they're just abusive bosses. So we have to be aware that not everything is a hero's journey. And as Albert Camus put it, life has to be lived forward, but understood backward. We always look back and find a story to tell, but before it happens, we don't know what will it be. So this brings us to my unconclusive and unsatisfactory conclusion: what to do about it. Should you be a hero, or should you not? I say go find out, try it. Try to be a hero, but don't expect too much from yourself or from others. Sometimes it's okay to be just a side character, or sometimes it's okay to break your ankle while running a marathon and quitting instead of risking an injury. So yeah, it's messy. And there's another thing that I would like to share from Albert Camus, is to live to the point of tears. So whatever happens, go as far as you need to go. And okay, I'm 2 minutes ahead of time. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thanks a lot, Žiga. I think though you said it was an unconclusive ending, etc., I think it was quite on point. And I also questioned, where am I in my hero's journey, or am I still in this hero's journey, or maybe I already become a sidekick? I don't know. Well, and it's, as you said, totally perfect and normal to be a sidekick in our own story sometimes, just to figure ourselves out. So thanks a lot for that. We have some questions for you, and I'm really excited actually to hear your answers as well. So if you're excited too, I'm sharing them. The first one is the first one is coming from Alex Athens. What's something you learned in your NGO life and took back to the ordinary world?
Oof. I think one of the big things is learning how to accept feedback. So listening, and this idea of learning and developing. And I think this is an important part of hero's journey. Sometimes you don't need to go to the cave and get your ass kicked. Sometimes just someone needs to tell you that you're doing something wrong, or you could improve something, and you can skip all the hard part.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And just out of out of curiosity, at least from my side, it was the case. How many of those people you have actually seen that are just not okay with receiving anything? Can you say like less than a hand or more than 2 hands? Just this.
More than 2 hands.
So now we know why this is important. Okay, so another question is coming from Antek from Krakow. If you had to give someone one advice on how to become a hero in your own story, what would that be?
Be brave, do your best, and see what happens. Just keep an open mind. And I'm afraid people may not like it because it's an advertising slogan, but Nike really hit it on the nail with the just do it. Sometimes this is the best advice to give, to just do it.
Mm-hmm. And what about just don't do it if you have a broken ankle? Is it also?
Yeah, it doesn't apply always, definitely.
Okay, thank you. So one more question from our audience. Now it's coming from Jana from Athens. What was one of the challenging moments in your path as a hero? And no need to be humble, because let's face it, that some of us indeed see you as one of our heroes, and we do actually believe that it's very important, and we're grateful to have you in our lives. So it means that you're already a hero. That means you cannot skip this question. You need to answer. Thank you.
Okay. One challenge was making this presentation because I started late. Yeah. On a more serious note, again, right now, all I can come back to is this learning how to listen and live with criticism, like expect, not just living with it, but expecting it and looking for it. I think this is the most, really the most important thing, because it's what keeps you getting better.
It's indeed true. That's how we also keep learning and developing, as you say. I mean, we are all surrounded by quite qualified people. So if we will not be receiving something from them and to get to a higher development of ourselves, then it's also kind of a loss. So it's beautiful that you're saying this constantly, and I'm very grateful to hear it as well.
Yeah.
So,
maybe if I can add, another thing here is, which is the most challenging. Thank you for the nice words. I don't necessarily, or I don't see myself as a hero, but definitely, as I had some good experiences and successes, and it's important to try and keep your ego in check with all these trials. Like every journey, every time you successfully come back from the cave, from the sand, from meeting your maker, of course it's good for your self-confidence, but you have to be careful that it doesn't make you arrogant and inflate your ego too much. Definitely.
Yeah, that's indeed an important part, and thanks for reminding us all. I believe people will also be eager to remember this. So thanks a lot, Žiga. Also, I would like to thank you for being with us, sharing some small anecdotes from all the great movies, but also from your life, from our NGO lives. And I also would like to thank you for answering all these questions. So we would like to now say goodbye, and again, thanks for being here with us. And on the next note, we will be having Petra. Do you have something more to say?
No, I think I've said my piece. Thanks again to everyone, and see you around.
Okay, see you.
Bye-bye. Enjoy the rest of the webinars.
Thank you. Yes, welcome back, everyone. So we will be having a short 5-minute break, and this is indeed a break. So we would like you to remember to take care of yourselves as well, because sitting in front of computer all the time may actually not be the best for, hours, and we will be here for a while, let's say. So now I will slowly be inviting, and until then, please remember to take a deep breath and go drink a glass of water. So see you.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Welcome back.
Hear me?
Yes.
Ah, so nice. I had an issue, but now I fixed it, so it's all good.
Okay, wonderful. Welcome. How are you doing, Petra?
I am great. I'm really excited. It's a very lovely day. I enjoyed listening to Žiga now, and I am super excited that I signed up for this because now I'm also motivated to watch all the others. You know, otherwise I think I would they would slip by and I would just forgot about those, but now I'm really into it.
Yeah, I'm really happy to hear. To be honest, being a host is also kind of, let's say, advantageous because I cannot even stop listening to anything and it's just making me more hyped. So, welcome. Yeah. So let me a bit of introduce Petra and see how she can be blushed. So Petra is actually one of the people that inspires me the most in EESTEC, even though she cannot really accept this fact, as you can see. And she has been a trainer of Leaders of Tomorrow. She has been a chairperson of SD Ljubljana before Žiga, so like before. A bit of time has passed. We're kind of all these now, but I still believe that we are in our way to go to Goldies. So it's all cool. And today she will be talking about something which I think is really the best tool of all times. And when she first told me about it, I was like, wow, and this brain was like exploding, but she will show even, I think, more cool things. So we're on you, Petra. You can introduce yourself as well.
Thank you very much. No, I think you put up a little bit too much pressure for me, so I don't know if I will be able to handle it. We will see. So thank you for introducing me. Thanks all the audience for being here and for listening to me and to all of us. As Tunca said, I'm Petra. I'm 24 years old. I still study and I live in Ljubljana. And basically how I got into Notion, I want to tell you a story about that first. I got really interested in productivity ever since I joined EESTEC, and my first session was project management. And I learned that you can actually manage your stuff. I did not know you could do that before. You know, you could just have high school lectures and then you do your homeworks and then you do your exams. So I was really amazed by that. And I researched everything that there is. I first started, I think, with Google Sheets or Google Docs. And then we had a really cool member of ours. His name was Blaž. I mean, it still is, he's not dead. And he really pushed us to use Trello. So I was using Trello. And then I shortly was using Asana and even checked ClickUp and Coda and Airtable. And I think about 3 years ago, I came across Notion. I think I followed some productivity YouTuber or whatever. And I thought it was super amazing, but at the time it still was not free. You could only use some little amount of storage, so I did not use it that much. But shortly afterwards, I think it became free for students. So like you sign up with your student email, you have it for free, you can use it as much as you want. And during this Corona crisis, they also made it free for everyone. So basically everyone can use it as much as they want, and it's super cool. So basically what is Notion? It's all-in-one productivity tool. It's all-in-one workspace. So you can use it for whatever you want, creating projects, for managing tasks, for writing notes, for collecting info, whatever. And the essential, most cool thing about it is that you build it according to your needs and you use it however you want. So it's super flexible. And this idea of flexibility is achieved with blocks. So kind of like Legos, you know, you can build them however you want and then use them. So it can be something super complex or it can be just very simple notepad. So with now further ado, I will show you and let's look how it looks. I want to share it.
Okay, we have it.
So I assume you could see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, nice. So this is essentially how it looks like when you first log into it. You have a blank workspace. You write a title to it. I managed to. I don't know why this is not working right now.
Oh.
This is fun.
True.
Nice. You know, before this, I set up my Zoom call and I was talking with my plushies and I was telling them about Notion and everything worked really good. But now,
maybe Flashy or just being a bit too biased.
yeah, I think so too.
All good. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Or maybe not. I said it too soon. I am so sorry for this. Okay. Let's say that it works now. So you enter it and you get a blank workspace. You title it. It looks super nice. And then what you have is basically a black canvas. And then you can write some text, you can copy whatever. You can hover over it or multiple select it, and then you have some text formattation, so you can bold it, underline it, change some colors. Recently, you can turn it into code. Recently, they added functions. So, you know, if you use many math or physics formula, that's really nice. So you can also turn those parts in other types of blocks. So you can have a to-do list, and then you have tasks, you can have more tasks, you can check those. You have bulleted list, you can have toggle list. Toggle was something that I did not see anywhere else, so I was really excited when I found that out. You can upload images. Thought this one was really cool. Maybe it will not work. Never mind. Anyhow, and then if you hover it enough, you can see that there's kind of like those 6 dots, kind of like a handle. And this is essentially, it means that it's a block. And you can rearrange it however you want. You can change blocks to be other stuff. You can change them into headings, so they can be bigger, they can be smaller. It's not a text modification tool, so you cannot do really everything with it, but you can have enough stuff that stuff looks pretty. All right. So these are basic Notion blocks, but the thing is that you can also embed stuff from anywhere else. So, for example, me, when I started using it, I still had a bunch of friends who were using Google Drive and Google Spreadsheets. And I could just go here and I could look for Google Drive and I could embed my stuff here. And, I would kind of be still using Notion, but have those files somewhere else. There's a bunch of official embedded files, but you can also embed other stuff. I think they also have an extension for Gmail, so you can use Gmail inside of Notion. But I think some of those expansions are you have to pay for them because custom people made them. Okay, so here you manage your text or your images or your links or whatever, and you can also add more pages. So what is a page? Page is essentially what the workspace was before. So it's a blank canvas again. You can also add icons and covers. It's kind of cool. You can also customize your own icons and your own covers. And this is essentially it. And you can have multiple pages here. You can have multiple pages elsewhere. I can create a new page here, not that. I can create a page, another page, have it titled, and then I could go to my workspace. And I kind of don't want to cross from my third page to my workspace every time. So I can just simply tag it here and I will have it super easily accessible. All right, so now we have blogs and we have pages. Pages can be blank canvases as this one. They can have more blogs, they can have more pages, but pages can also be databases, which is the most essential thing that Notion really offers. So there's 5 types of databases. There's stable, which is basically like a Google spreadsheet, just it has some more fancier functions. You have board, which is your traditional Kanban board, what was introduced with Trello, and then you can see it whenever else. You have a gallery, which are bigger icons and titles. You have a list, which is stable, but just without those squares. And you have a calendar, which is a calendar. You can have those databases formed in a form of a block. So you can have it in a page and you can have the text and database and text and database or whatever, or you can create a database as a separate page. So let's do that. And we'll create a new table in a full page. So it looks kind of something like that. We give it a title. And then here I can add, whatever. So let's add some animals because they are cute. You have dogs, you can have cats, you can have owls, what else? Penguin. And now I can add many properties to those stuff, very much simply as in Google spreadsheets. Those are the types of properties you can have. So you have a basic text, which you can write whatever inside you want to. You can also, you have an option here to wrap cells, so you can hide it or have it expanded, however you wish. You can upload files. You can upload more files into one, so it's very drag and droppable. I think this one will really not work. But yeah, uploads at the same time. And then if it's a picture, you can also see a tiny thumbnail. If not, then it's just a file. I think there's no limit to file size, but I'm really not sure. I've been adding some really big books, so I did not have any problems yet, but I did not use with any video, so I don't know. Okay, so let's say we want to add a select box and mark those animals according to continents. And we'll have our dogs from Europe. So we kind of have a label here. It comes in green color, but they add it really randomly, so you can change it up however you want. You can also have a default one if it's, if colors are linked to you or whatever. So we have our cats, which will also come from Europe. We have owls from, let's say, Asia. And we have a penguin from South America. Fun fact, penguins actually also exist in warmer areas, and then they kind of swim in the mud. It's super fun to watch. Anyhow, so now here, I can do whatever I want. I can add more stuff. I can sort them. But now you see here, I can hover over those things, and this means that I can open them. And basically, they are pages. As we had in the beginning. So here I can add more databases, more pages, more text, more images, whatever I want. And it will stay here, which will not be shown in table here. But if no, not that. But I can also add more properties, which will then be assigned to all of the pages there as well. So in databases, essentially, we have a bunch of pages, and those pages have properties, whereas in separate pages, you don't have properties. That's kind of the only difference. Okay, and remember in the beginning, I told you that there's 5 different types of databases. So they're not 5 different types of databases, they're essentially 5 different views of one database. What does that mean? That means that I can here add a view and I can say, I want a board and I click create. And what I have now is when it loads, all of my animals separated by continents. So this is pretty cool. I don't need to create the whole another board to have just a different view of it. I can just do 2 clicks and I have it. So it's pretty amazing. And for example, if I change my mind, I can say, no, actually cats are from Asia and they'll stay here. And if I change to the other view, they'll be updated here as well. So it's super cool. The same works with dates or with any really feature you want to have here. So for example, if I add some dates, this is really big. So if I add a date property, and I select some random dates, like let's say, when are we going to visit those animals? Because just because. So I have those here. And I can change it to my calendar view, because calendar is one of the types of databases. And when it loads, I have all of my animals here sorted according to the dates. And, you know, as I said before, I can change dates and it will be updated in all the other views, because essentially it's just one database and you only change the view of it. So, you know, it's super cool. It's super amazing. You don't have to have one tool for writing your text or your descriptions, and then another spreadsheets for writing your calculations and having it written nicely, and maybe another one for Kanban boards. So you don't need any of that, because you can all have just this one thing, and I love it so much. Okay, but this is obviously not everything. You know, let's say that you want to also see here, because you forgot if your dogs are from America or from Africa or whatever, and you can add properties and you can select which stuff you would like to be seen on those tiny tickets. So you can have continents, I can have tags, I can have files, I can also hide them. And now another extra feature of it is that, you know, for example, I changed my mind and I have so many animals and I cannot, you know, just deal with all of them, but I would like to see only the ones from Asia. I go to filter, I add a filter. You can also add a filter group, and you select you want to filter it by column 1, which is our continents. And you select Asia, and here you have it. You have only animals from Asia. And now the cool thing about it is that you can save your views. And this view we have right now, calendar view with filter, we call it animals from Asia. And you know, they stay like that. And I can add another calendar view, which has no filters, and I will be able to see all the other animals. Okay, so we have blocks, we have databases, we have empty pages. So now, what makes Notion essentially the best and the greatest tool of them all is that you can connect those databases, which means that, let's go back to our table, which means that if I go to my default view, and I was, for say, collecting articles about those animals in some other database, and I remember that, you know, I actually want to join them because I want to write articles about penguins. I can click plus and I can select relation. And so I don't have any databases saved with a bunch of animals articles about animals, but I have database with books. So we'll just use that. And I can create it, and here I can rename it because I don't want to have that many columns. I say books, and I can choose which books I want to have connected to those. I can have multiple one of those. I can have single book be in like in more blocks. I can have more books in one block. So it's basically pretty cool, and it can be connected to as many relations as you basically want. So yeah, it's really cool because now you have a whole blank canvas for you to build whatever you want. And I can imagine that, in the beginning, it can be really confusing because you're just here and you want something really cool, but you don't really know what you want. But don't worry, Notion got you covered as well. Remember here when we made a new page or database or workspace or whatever, you can select templates as well. And here Notion provides to you bunch of various templates you have. So docs, engineering, you can have engineering wikis. They all have some text inside, but you can customize them, add more stuff, delete stuff, whatever you want. So it's pretty cool. So those are just, the official ones they provide you here, but there's a bunch of crazy people like me out there who made their own databases and their own templates. And, you can just search for it, Google it, and, you will find amazing storages for video production or for university or for productivity or, there's a bunch of stuff. So before I end, I want to kind of shortly show you one of my templates I did. And it's for university workflow. So it kind of consists of 4 databases. One is for courses, and here there's basically where all of the databases join together. Then I kind of have a calendar where I have various dates, like it can be homework deadlines, it can be meetings with professors, lectures. Then I can join all of them together. For example, if I have weekly homeworks from algebra every day, I can have one database just for those. I open it, and here I have my homeworks. They are coming from over here. And then I can select various types to it. So let's say for homework 1, I see my deadline. I see which groups it belongs to. It's not really important, but it's here. I can check mark it if it's done. If it's not, I can go look to the other database and see who am I collaborating with, or maybe see who I have to ask for help. I can see which course it's from. I can add statuses like in progress, done, will not do it, or whatever. And then here in the end, we have classmates. So kind of, I can select one classmate. And, I see his email, I see his phone number, which I don't, but whatever. And then I can see which courses I'm with that guy for, and what projects we have to work together. And, we have a simple project. And here I can write special notes for it or add more databases related just for that project. So it's actually pretty cool. And now I think kind of my time is up. So I would really like to thank you for listening to me. I hope I managed to inspire you at least a little bit. And, I obviously like to talk about it very much. So if you want to start using it, that if you need any help, let me know. And I will gladly help you with anything.
Thanks a lot, Petra. I just wanted you and also everyone to know Petra was the one who introduced me to this, and without Notion, I couldn't have survived from my senior year. And I did, and I was organizing T4T, I was training team board, I was trying to graduate, and I had my own projects, so Notion really helped me. But I was always hoping for this 20 minutes, just some sort of small, recap from you. And when you were talking, I was just like, wow. And I even got really closer to the camera. I was like, okay, come back, chill. Thank you so much. It was wonderful, really. I mean, I don't know about the rest, but I'm definitely going to use even more of it. So thanks a lot. Now we have some questions. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. I'm so excited.
Okay, so this one is an easy one coming from Philip from Zurich. Is there an app for Notion? If yes, how usable are all the functions on a cell phone?
So there's apps for desktop. I don't use them because I don't see the point of it. I can just use it webly. But there's an app on the phone as well. In the beginning, they had struggles to develop it because it took really a long time to load. So I never really started using on it. But I think they did some updates and now it works pretty fast. And you can use it normally. They have some mobile views. You can see your pages nicely. But I think for the long run, like if you want to make big databases or big projects, it's a bit grumpy to work on. But yeah, it exists.
Yeah, nice. Thank you for sharing. So another thing. Oh, this is my question. I will get the audience question. Can you actually share your templates also with us? I mean, not very personal ones, but we can just share with people as, a lovely gesture for watching us. But you can think about it until the end of the day. So coming to another question. What's one thing about Notion? Oh, this is a hard one that you don't like. Something that is annoying, maybe.
Okay. So I showed you, on my course workflow, whatever, that, you can add people and you can add relations and you can also add features of other relations to the first. I know it's really confusing, but anyways, the annoying part is that if you have a subject and you would like to, for example, have which people you work with, and then you have more people, more projects, and you have the same people, it will it will show you the same person multiple times. So it's kind of like it doesn't merge them into one. I can show you if you have time for that, and if not, then well.
Okay. No, to get annoyed. I'm already hyped.
Yeah. So there.
Yeah. Okay, last one. Are you ready?
Okay.
I'm also excited. So you said it's an all-in-one tool, but honestly, did you stop using all the other tools after starting using Notion?
So I still use Gmail because I have to use Gmail. And I use other stuff, but only because other people use them. For example, if I manage to convince everyone from EESTEC Ljubljana to use Notion, then I would not need to use it. But we're used to using spreadsheets and Google Docs, so I kind of have to go back to those. Also, I don't store my photos here. I use Google Photos.
So just a disclaimer at Ljubljana, hear it out. Just saying, not much. Yeah. So thanks a lot, Petra. It was lovely, and I think it was a very how to say, practicable tool. I don't know if it's even a word, but it was wonderful. Even this webinar, even though this webinar is ending, I know that I will be asking more. So for now, sorry guys, you will not be hearing my questions, but still, thanks a lot for Petra for sharing all her expertise.
Yes, thank you for organizing it, and I hope we will have more of insightful lessons next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. So now we have another 5 minutes of break, and we will be this time taking again our break. I would like to really ask you to do that. And we're going to stretch a bit, stretch. Why? Because we will be talking about human voice, how it works, and then how you actually can work with it. So for this, Andriana, I think, will be sharing more, but you'll see that somebody's stretch is required. So see you soon, guys. Hello, everyone, once again. I hope you were able to stretch and get ready for this wonderful webinar, because we will be talking about human voice, which will be quite interesting. And Andriana, of course, will be telling more and more, but just a brief background of hers. She has been studying more than 12 years for it. And I mean, I first also get to know her with her angel voice, so that's always how I will get to know her. She's a wonderful singer as well. You may have seen some of her YouTube videos. If not, you can still like, share, and subscribe as well. So welcome, Andriana. It's lovely to have you here.
Thank you so much. And hi, we didn't see each other for a long time. Yeah, so I guess I can start sharing my screen and then introduce myself.
Would be wonderful, thank you.
Just let me know if you see everything.
Yep, we have it.
Perfect. So yeah, I guess we can start. So once again, hello everybody. I hope that you managed to wake up together with Žiga and Petra, and I hope that you did a small challenge of stretching, not only because of the voice, but also to maintain our focus better. And I'm excited about this event. This event connected a lot of interesting topics and a lot of interesting people, so I will be here also to watch the rest. And as you know, I'm Andriana, and in the next 20 minutes, you will be hearing a bit about human voice from me. So I hope you will enjoy it. So to start with a few words about me, I come originally from Belgrade, but recently I have moved to Milano in Italy for my master's studies. And I'm a member of EESTEC for already 5 years now, and a soft skills trainer for 2 years. And this year, I also had a pleasure of being in EESTEC training team board as a coordinator for internal affairs. And what is actually my motivation for this topic, and why did I choose it? Well, I would say naturally in training team, we dive into the topic of presentation skills and public speaking and the way we express ourselves. But apart from that, as also Tunja mentioned, I do have some background in music performing, and particularly I have been learning 6 years opera singing. And recently, since my studies is about music engineering, we also tackle some topics about sound and speech processing. So this allowed me to have a few different perspectives of this topic, and that's why I want to share this with you. So I hope you will learn something interesting. So to start with, when we say human voice, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? So maybe it is daily communication and how we express ourselves through words. Or maybe it is art in terms of singing and poetry, so we also use our voice there. Or you maybe think of public speaking and oratory, presentation skills. But apart from that, we can also produce many different sounds that are totally not connected to the language, but we still use our voice through it. So for example, we use our voice when we laugh, when we cry, when we yawn, and we also use different sounds like clicking when we want to express an emotion that is not a part of spoken language, but it still expresses our emotion in a way. So it can also express our doubt, our agreement or disagreement, our question, and so on. So why would we want to learn more about human voice? Well, if you are interested into developing skills such as public speaking or presentation skills, or in general, how to use your voice better in your daily communication, either in solving conflicts or in general, how to use your tone, this is indeed a nice thing to explore. And apart from that, by understanding how our human voice works, we can also try to keep it healthy and for it to not get tired. So this is especially important for people who do talk much in their profession. So for example, teachers or speakers or some kind of coaches. So to start with, this will be our agenda for today. It will be divided into 3 different parts. So the first part will be mostly theoretical. It will be a bit of scientific background for voice production. Then we will introduce the 6 P's, which will be 6 aspects of voice that we can care of. And lastly, we will introduce some exercises and tips on how to improve our voice, basically. And for this part, feel free to try with me on spot everything that we are doing. So I hope it will be somehow interactive. So to start with voice production, this is a very complex process, and there are many, many things happening in our body, as you might guess. But we can try to simplify it into these 3 main parts, which will be the first part being lungs. So as you know, we inhale our air into lungs and we inhale it from there as well. And the air travels through this pipe, which is called trachea. And then here we have larynx or vocal box, where we have vocal cords. So the vocal cords is where the pitch of the sound is created. So if we put our hand here, we can feel the vibration. And of course, the vibration is, we can feel it more if we talk lower, so here, than if we talk higher. So it's just the science of oscillations. And after here, after having the pitch, what happens is that our sounds get articulated and resonated. So we have a lot of these spaces around our nose, around our throat, that helps the voice to get amplified. And also that a lot of muscles, facial muscles, also lips, tongue, teeth, our jaw, and so on, that help to form the final sound. So without all these muscles, we won't be able to actually produce the sound that is recognizable as speech. So we can describe it as open air that travels from lungs, passes through trachea or the windpipe and the larynx, and then to the mouth where it finally gets shaped. So as we said, the first part being lungs also controls the amount of air that we inhale and exhale and how we use it. So if we are, inhaling a lot, but then just breathing it all out, or if we are actually able to focus the air and to use it somehow consciously. So this would be the first part. And the second part is vocal cords. So I don't know if you ever saw how vocal cords look like, but this is how they look like. So this inside is basically the pipe where the air comes from. And the vocal cords are stretched around here. And they are being open and closed, and this is repeating. And this is how it looks like from like a real picture taking inside our throat. And what we can say is that vocal cords open and close, so very fast, when the air comes through this narrow slit, and they can be stretched or loosened, and this will actually define the pitch of the sound. And here we can see how the cycle of this vibration will look like. So here the air comes, then it opens the vocal cords here, then it closes again, and this cycle repeats hundreds times per second. So for example, for a male voice, it happens 100 times per second usually. For female voice, it happens 200 times per second. And of course, for singing, we can go much higher and much lower. So this is magic. This what happens in vocal cords is magic. And lastly, as we said, here it is also the pitch, but in order to form the final sound, we need these resonators and articulators. So a lot of these facial muscles. And here we can see a short video. We will not be hearing the sound, but we will just see the MRI technique recording of how many muscles are actually engaged in this process of speaking. And of course, all these facial muscles and organs are different in every person, and that's why our voices also sound different. So that would be it about voice production. And the next part we are going to dive in are the 6 aspects of voice, also called 6 Ps. So this is something that you might be familiar with because it is widely used in presentation skills sessions. So that's why I also decided to use it to build more around a familiar concept. And this model is basically here to provide some kind of structure to these aspects. Of course, this is not the only way to present it. So the first thing that we can describe as one aspect of the voice is the projection. So this is basically how loud, how clear, and how directed our voice is. So how well it can reach the audience. Then we have pitch. Pitch is defined as perceived fundamental frequency of the sound. So it can be very high or it can be very low. Of course, we can also talk about the variety of pitch in terms of whether it is monotonous or whether we actually do changes in pitch. And then the third part is quite self-explanatory, is pronunciation. So the way that our vowels and consonants get shaped and how well and how accurate we can actually pronounce them. So how clear we speak, basically. Then the fourth aspect will be pace. So pace is how fast do we talk. So of course, we can talk very, very fast and tell a lot of things, and then people will just lose their focus because it will be too fast. Or on the other hand, we can talk very slow and then people might get sleepy. So it's also important to keep that in mind. And the fifth aspect is pauses. So a pause is basically a sound of silence. So in the middle of the words or in between sentences, and this is actually very natural. And the last thing is fillers. So fillers are all these sounds that don't provide additional meaning to our words, but we use them a lot, which are like, so on, and like when I was there, you know, and so on, and like, so we use a lot of these things, and it's important to recognize them. So yeah, these will be the 6 Ps. So it's Ps because each of the aspects starts with the first letter of P. And what I want to say is that first, when people are introduced to this concept, they're like, how am I supposed to take care of all these different aspects at the same time? Because it's kind of getting overwhelming. And I would like to compare it maybe with driving a car or any other complex action similar to that. So when you drive a car for the first time, you also get overwhelmed by having a lot of pedals to use and the wheel and the shift and gear, and you know, you have to take care of many different actions. But then you, with practice, you start being more attentive and more aware, and of course more capable of controlling each of those parts separately, but also at the same time. So this is also what we want to achieve with our voice. So to dive more into the first aspect, which is the projection. So as we said, it can be defined as loudness or energy or directedness of our voice. So how able we are to reach our audience. And the first thing to keep in mind is that we want our voice to be free. So this is related to our body posture. So we want our body to be straight, to be stable, to stand stable on the ground, and our spine to stay straight. Because if we are folded like this, then of course our air doesn't travel freely from our lungs to our mouth. And same goes with the natural position of the head. So for example, if we put our head like this, then of course our air is not free to reach here. So of course, keeping everything natural and free, and same goes with the chin and the teeth. So we don't want to keep our chin very, hard here, but we want to relax it, and the same with our teeth. We do want to open all of this so that our voice can actually come out. And then another thing that we can say about projection is to control the air we breathe out. So as we said, it's not only about the amount, the quantity of air that we have. Like, of course, I can breathe in a lot, but it also matters how well am I able to control it and to, let's say, put it in little portions and not just to let it all out, because, then you will get tired and you will run out of breath. And of course, a good practice for projection is to warm up your voice before speaking. Yeah, and connected to loudness, of course, it is nice to also keep the variety in loudness. So of course, we can talk more silently when we want to emphasize something, or we can actually start shouting when we want also to emphasize something very important. So the next aspect of the voice is pitch. So as we said, it is defined as perceived fundamental frequency of the sound. So whether our voice is very, very high, or whether our voice is very, very low, and in general, the variation of pitch. So let's say some kind of melodic line of our language and of our speech. So if we talk very monotonously on the same line, it can get very boring for people, and they will just lose their focus because we're saying everything at the same line. But if we introduce the variation of speech, then we are actually able to express more emotions, to emphasize more words, and so on. And the variation of pitch actually can change the meaning of our words a lot. So if I say okay, or okay, or okay, this changes the meaning of the word completely. So with the variation of pitch, we can express our doubt, our irony, our question, our agreement, and so on. And of course, how we can practice the pitch is to exaggerate the variation. So try to read a story out loud where you will actually talk a bit higher now and a bit lower here, and to introduce more of this melodic line to the language. Then the third aspect we can talk about is pronunciation. So basically, how clearly do we speak? Because if we speak clearly, then our audience can keep better focus on our words, because they don't need to put extra effort into understanding what we want to say. So if anybody ever attended a course on acting or oratory, they know how this is important. And what we want to do is to avoid mumbling and swallowing words. So we don't want to keep, our mouth half open and then you don't understand what I'm saying. So especially when we are talking about presentation skills and talking to a public audience, to a lot of people, we do want them to understand what we're saying. And what we can do here is to train our muscles. And some of these things will be presented later in the exercises part. And of course, to pay attention to the ending of each word. So we somehow tend to think that the last word is not that important, and then to cut it somehow. But the end of your sentence is important. And if you want to reach your audience and to understand what you're going to say, then definitely it is good to take care also of the ending of the words. Yeah. So then the fourth aspect will be pace. So as we said, this is how fast or how slow we talk. So obviously, if we talk too fast, it will show the nervousness. It will also create anxiety inside us, and it can also distract the audience. While if we talk too slowly, it can also decrease the energy, let's say. But what we want to achieve is to speed up and slow down intentionally in order to emphasize important parts. So for example, if I'm talking about something very, very exciting and I really want you to understand it, then it is okay to use speeding up in this point, or we can also slow down when we want to emphasize something so that you put more focus to this. Yeah, and of course, just breathe. Just quality is matters more than quantity in terms of how much are you going to say. And then pauses. Pauses is basically the sound of silence, as we said. And this is useful for making the anticipation whenever we want to make a break and then our audience to get ready for something that we want to say, which is important. And people are usually afraid of silence, because I think that if I do a pause, it will mean that, you know, I don't know what else to say, so they get nervous about it. But actually the pause is giving your audience time to think and to have their own space for thoughts. So just breathe and do natural pauses. It will be all good. And the last part is fillers. So we also introduced this. By the way, obviously the proper spelling of this will be with F. So F fillers, but for the consistency of P's, we write it with PH. And as we said, these are all the words that we use that don't provide additional meaning. So like, as you know, so like, and it can be very disruptive when a person is repeating them too much. And what we want to achieve is to identify them, identify the fillers that we are using often, and to replace them with an intentional pause when we're speaking. So yeah, that will be all for the 6 P's. And now we are diving a bit more into exercises. So please feel free to do things together with me. I hope you will have some fun. So the first thing that we want to practice is our breath. So our aim is to have a calm and long breath so that we can actually talk longer without getting tired. So what we want to first to achieve is the first exercise will be to feel the breath around our ribs. So we don't want to breathe shallow from here. So when we breathe shallow, we can feel our chest and our shoulders getting up, while if we want to connect with the diaphragm, we should feel the breath around our ribs. So we can put our hands here on our ribs. And while inhaling, we want to feel the inhale in our hands. So this is, let's say, more proper breath. And the second exercise that we are going to do is the long exhale on the sound. So we're going to inhale and then and until your air runs out. So you want to see how long you can actually hold this, because it will focus your breath. You will not lose it, you know, right away. So it can help you increase the length of your breath. And the same goes with the third exercise, which is the short impulses. So we also inhale and then we do little impulses on sh. So it looks like this. So by that, we are also connecting to the diaphragm, and we want to keep it on one exhale. So not to inhale in between, but just keeping it on one exhale. And of course, what else we can practice is to speak a long sentence on one breath and to see how long we can talk without inhaling again, which is as well how we can increase our length of our breath. And inhale, then keep it here, inhale, then exhale, then keep it here, and try to do this keep parts longer. So this would be some exercise about breathing. And the next part we're covering is warming up your voice. So as you know, sometimes in the morning when we wake up, we have this sleepy voice, and we aim to have a natural pitch of our voice. And what we can do is to yawn intentionally, so literally, because when you yawn, you really free all these cavities here, and you don't put pressure to your throat and your muscles here. So this will open up everything that you need. And of course, some of these exercises you'll probably seen many times, which are lip trills, which is, and the tongue trills, which is. So why this and? Because if we are going to warm up on a vowel, on a, we will actually going to use a lot of breath there. But with it really focuses our breath, so we're not wasting it too much. And it also connects well with the diaphragm. And of course, we want to practice moving from lower to higher pitch, so literally, and so on. So you can literally do this, 1 or 2 times in the morning or before a meeting or a call, so that you sound more natural. And then we want to introduce some exercises related to articulation, which is, so we aim to have a clear and understandable pronunciation. So of course, A well-known thing is tongue twisters. So I'm sure that every language has their own tongue twisters, but I searched for some in English, and this is what I found. Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled purple peppers and so on. So there are a lot of things that you can find online, but this is engaging your muscles and also your focus. And the second thing that we want to do is to overuse our facial muscles. So to try to stretch every vowel and to overpronounce every consonant so that you overdo it. And yeah, here I wrote a simple thing for vowels, which is ma, me, mi, mo, mu. So you want to emphasize it. But of course, you can do it with anything. You can read a story and overuse facial muscles. And this is how it will become more natural to use them. And another interesting thing is to put a barrier in your mouth. So for example, you can put a pen and try to talk like this and talk slowly understood. This is what we were doing in my singing lessons. But you might have heard that also ancient Greek orator was also putting, what's the word, pebbles, I think, in his mouth. So he was keeping things in his mouth and talking through that. So by introducing a physical barrier here, you try to get your voice through, so you work more on it, so it later becomes natural to use it without any barriers. And another amazing thing that I want to show you is this poem, which is called The Chaos, which basically shows the irregularities of pronunciation of English words. I found it a few years ago, and my life goal is to someday be able to read it from the beginning till the end. This is the first 8 rows, but it has like 700 rows, so it's insane. So basically, it shows how different words that are written similar are pronounced completely differently. So, for example, this part will be, I will keep you Susie busy, make your head with heat grow dizzy, tear in eye, your dress you'll tear, queer, fair, seer, hear my prayer. And you're like, wow, okay. So, yeah, this is a very interesting thing to practice the pronunciation. And lastly, I want to give you some tips on how to maintain good vocal hygiene, which is we want to keep our voice healthy and we want to prevent it from getting tired too fast, especially if we are going to talk a lot. And some things that we want to do here is to hydrate ourselves, which is like drinking water and tea. We want to avoid yelling too much because it puts pressure on our throat. And I don't know if you knew this, but speaking in low pitch like this introduces a lot of noise. So you can hear a lot of noise here in my voice, which actually creates a lot of pressure here for the vocal cords. So you want to try to speak a bit higher, intentionally a bit higher. Of course, not super high, but here. And if you whisper also for too long, it also puts a lot of noise through the air. As well with cleaning your throat too often, this also creates a lot of pressure for your voice, and obviously smoke and dry air. And we also want to keep quiet after long speeches. So this would be it. And to summarize, we covered some aspects of voice production. We also talked about different aspects of voice through the model of 6 Ps. And we introduced some exercises and tips that you can do. And it was very interesting for me to do this. And I hope I will be building also something longer on this topic soon. So these are some materials that mostly I've been using for voice production, because for the other topics, it's mostly based on experience and some random readings. And this would be it. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm sorry I took a bit longer, and yeah, feel free to ask.
I haven't tried this. I'm not really sure that it's as concrete as I thought, but so thank you so much, Andriana. It was really insightful. And I think they can contact you privately so that you can have also a better and more constructive chat. Thank you so much for being here. And this was, as I said, very educative for me. I also am having this trouble from time to time, especially if I'm delivering 8 hours a day. And it's like, oh, so I will definitely use this before every session and then also during my days. Thanks a lot.
Beautiful. Thank you.
So see you soon.
See you guys. Enjoy your break. Thank you.
Bye bye. Yes, so we would like to thank Andriana once again. We will be going through something more evidence-based now, though Andriana also used quite a lot of scientific things. I think this will be taking us into a new level. And before we start again, I would like to remind you that this is a break. So we have a small challenge for you again. The small challenge is off-screen time. Try to look somewhere else. Try to look at someone that you know. I don't know. So have a lovely break. Okay, so now we're welcoming Nikos, who is a trainer for 4 years, who also trained me a couple of times. And thanks to him, I learned quite some cool tricks regarding online things as well. So if I'm doing a good job, which I hope I am doing, then it's also contributed by Nikos. So welcome, Nikos. How are you doing?
Oh, thank you for your kind words. I'm great. Thank you for. It's always great to join these super initiatives, especially if they're online and in a time where not to do things to spice things up from quarantines and misery and all that stuff. So yeah, it's a great initiative.
Thank you for that. Yes. I think we have a couple.
So
okay, we have you. Cool.
yeah,
Yes.
we have 1 minute more. So yep. Do you see me?
Yes, I do. Perfect.
Okay, that's great. Okay.
So you can introduce yourself to us.
Let's start.
Introduce a bit of you, and you can feel free to extend it. Yeah.
Okay, it's no problem. I will make my best to keep it in time. Okay, so thank you for your great introduction. So I would like to start telling you a little bit about the topic. I'm trying to focus more on evidence-based things because I think that at this time, this is one of the things that are most important to spread to the world, because as you know, talking about productivity and stuff like that, it's something that in EESTEC we excel. And I wanted this time to take the experiment to try something a little unconventional. And instead of talking about things that you could do on your free time and everyday life and in EESTEC, to talk about something that actually bothers me. I think that it's something that it would be a huge win in our conversation, our generation, to spread to the people, which is to make sure that more people are quantitatively literate. So that's me. I will say a few things about myself. So I studied electrical and computer engineering in the University of Patras. I am also Greek, where Patras is. And on my second year, I joined EESTEC locally when there was, I had a lot of free time for some reason, and I said, why not do something in a student NGO? And I did it next year and next year and next year until I graduated last December, having passed from many different positions, such as my local board. I was the human resources VC of my local board. I became a training team member in 2016, and I was a coordinator for online training team, which is the precursor to old project in 1780. So the reason that I picked this topic is that I specialize in data science and machine learning, and I see many times that there are a few things that there are a lot of data, and we have the tendency either to ignore them or to misuse them. So I said this webinar is a great case to make some experiments and start discovering if this is an interesting topic that I should start sharing in more cases. Okay, so since quantitative literacy is not a hugely defined topic, I found a few definitions here and there, and I bridged them all together in this small do-it-yourself definition. So reading from the text, quantitative literacy is a set of habits and competencies that enable one to comfortably work with numerical data in their process of hypothesis making and to incorporate them in their day-to-day decision making. So if we have an individual and we assume that this individual is quantitatively literate, we are expecting them to do 3 specific steps. First one is to be able to understand quantitative evidence, to critically look at it, appreciate it, and understand it. Second, to use it correctly in sophisticated arguments by creating hypotheses, by creating things that are falsifiable and stuff like that, and to be able to clearly communicate them. Since we know that the data is not just a matter of intuition, it's also a matter of communication. How communicate them is really important. So since this is a really broad topic, I focused on 3 main points that I'd like to tell you today. These are super cherry-picked because there are a million things that we could say, but I didn't want this to become another statistical lecture that you could get in your own university. I do not assume statistical knowledge per se. It's more common sense things. And I will start saying obviously these 3 points. The first one is evidence and reasoning. How can we include evidence to our reasoning process? Then we will play a little bit with some common mistakes that we do. And last, we will discuss about framing and the role of language in quantitative literacy. Okay, so first of all, I am sure that most people who study quantitative subjects like engineering and stuff like that know this dichotomy. Even though it's not a strict dichotomy, we can. There are things that are somewhere here in the middle. It's certain that there are 2 different ways to address same questions or to ask some questions. So as you can see in the slides, the qualitative study usually goes in some, let's say, some area and tries to describe the things that are happening in this area. When I say area, I mean an academic area, using instances and narratives and themes and meanings, and using interviews and stuff like that, and asking questions that cannot be properly quantified. While the quantitative reasoning is usually something that requires a measuring mechanism or something that can be calculated from prior measurements. It uses numerical data, statistics, and it gives us aggregate information instead of narratives and meanings and themes and opinions. So just to give you a brief demonstration, let's say I directed the movie and I would like to know what are the people thinking of my movie. The qualitative answer would be something like that. The acting was highly praised, but the story was deemed repetitive. there were complaints about the film's length. Okay, it gets in the way, and about historical inaccuracies. So you see, they interviewed some people, took their opinions, and wrote them down. Well, a quantitative argument would be something like that. 33% liked the movie, 21% did not like the movie, assuming the rest were neutral, and in some answers, 5% said they would watch it again, and the story averaged on 4.2 to 5 stars. So this is, you can see the different ways of working with things. These are complementary one of the other. It's not an antagonistic relationship. So I will say 3 basic sources of quantitative evidence that you can search on. Usually Google Scholar is a very good way. So the first one is report on aggregate sources. Let's say that we're going to, let's say, Ministry of Agriculture of one country, and we're trying to find out how many crops were in that country. We don't have a way to understand how these data were made, but we can assume that they were in some process that are uniform across different countries and stuff like that. It's the one that we have less control. Second one is experiments. Usually when I say experiments, I mean academic experiments. So let's say we have a university that recruited 205 students and posted different kind of advertising on recycling habits. They posted them on, I don't know, Facebook, and they cut them up, you know, half a year later and tell them, did you change your habits? Did you recycle? And stuff like that. And they assess the effectiveness of different ways. And last but not least, the most powerful methods are surveys and meta reviews. A simple title would be a review of 40 experiments regarding the efficiency of electric cars on the environment. What they do, they take reports and experiments and qualitative studies, and they summarize them in a few key points that we can confidently say that this is true. It's not a single experiment. So I put them in this order, even though it's kind of, it's not exactly, how to say, decided which of the two is better. I would say that when in experiment setting you control for the circumstances, you are more confident about the way your data is collected. So for us, for people who are curious about things, surveys or meta reviews are the best topic. So I will proceed with the first tip. What I said about meta reviews and surveys, always rely on multiple evaluation, multiple experiments, multiple data, multiple viewpoints, and be super explicit about it. Don't be afraid to say it in your arguments. It was a study in a university in Greece, and a university in Germany, and a university in Estonia, I don't know. That concluded these remarks. Okay, so second point I'm going to talk about is some common mistakes that we do. So suppose that you open the newspaper and you read that sensational headline. You know, new drug resulted in cure in 2 days for some disease in 66% of the cases. Now, is it okay? Is there something missing? So what if 66% of the people who did not receive the drug recovered in 2 days as well? This is a common thing in experiments that we most of the time, if not all the time, we require to have a control group. That we need a study that takes people who intervened, who gave them the drug, people who gave them a placebo or didn't give a drug at all. And in the end, we compare it differentially, so we know that it was the drug and it was not just the natural progression of that. So the correct headline would be that way. New drug resulted in cure in 67% of the cases, compared to 40% of the ones who did not receive the drug. So this is one of the things. Always be aware of control groups when you're studying experiments. The second kind of headline, nearly 40% of crimes in this year, in this country, committed in its capital city. You wouldn't want to live in this capital city, right? But what if 45% of the population lived in that capital city? Then it would mean it would be safer if you lived in the capital city than all the others. This is a common mistake called base rate neglect. It's when we have two kind of explanations. One is the general one that it's harder to understand. The other is the easier one, the more specific one, which is there is a lot of crime, and we tend to prefer the general one over the other one. So I won't go into deep with that because we only have a few minutes, but this is something that I would advise you to Google. So if the headline it was correct, it would be something like that. Nearly 40% of crimes in this year were committed to a capital city where 45% of the citizens live. Now you see the complete opposite of that. So with that in mind, I would go forward and say that it's good to always be explicit about the reference quantities. What do you compare to? Do you compare it to the people, if it's a drug, the people who did it to the people who did not? Do you compare the people who have this attribute versus the other? What exactly is the reference? Because if you don't state the references, people tend to compare it with their own personal expectations about it. So I will give you a few examples here. The control group is one. Compare the ones who got the drug versus who did not or took a placebo. The opposite, like we said, crimes in the city versus crimes elsewhere. So you can differentially compare things. There's another trick you could do. You could take a very similar case. So for example, take two countries that are nearby and really similar in many things, at least for outsiders, and compare crime this year in Finland, crime this year in Sweden, and say that go to many variables of that comparatively, and you can draw some decisions on whether this thing is which variables actually contributed. If they have 99% of the variables like income quite the same and one variable is different, you can suspect that this is probably the prime suspect for that cause. Let's say if it's crime or agricultural things. And you can also compare it with some previous time. What about compared to last year? Is it a steady change? What is it exactly? So these are some common things to have in mind when you're assessing studies and references and experiments and surveys and all that stuff. So I'm going to the last part of this, and I'm going to discuss about framing and language. Now, since everything we talk about in quantitative literacy and quantitative skills, we usually do it in an organizational setting when we have a very specific problem. Even if I am super literate and I understand the data and stuff like that, if I don't communicate them clearly and be super explicit and precise about what I want to say, someone else will cover the bias for me. So what is framing is the process of highlighting and hiding things. So let's see a few examples. There is a local company in your neighborhood and you're trying to get whether this company is going well or not. So you open the first newspaper and it says the revenue was up 10 million euros this year. Wow, you say they're going great. But you go to another newspaper and it says revenue was down 100,000 euros less than expected. You say, maybe things are not that great after all. Then you see another one, revenue was up 5% this year. Oh, well, things are optimistic then. And then you go to another newspaper and say, revenue was down 15% this quarter. And another newspaper says, revenue was up 2% this quarter compared to the same quarter last year. And then you have something says, the revenue was down 4% compared to the industry average. So compared to other companies of the same industry. So which of the things should you believe? And that's strange because you might be suspect. Why cover it in one way and not of the other? So always the frame you should be chosen regarding with what your goal is. If your goal is to invest, you would go to the last one because you want to see if this investment is better than other investments. If you're working there and you're expecting to get the pay raise, then the yearly would be good. If you're a seasonal worker and you want to work for a little bit, this might affect you because, for example, in tourism in Greece, all the money are taken in summer in tourist businesses, but not elsewhere. So the key takeaway from here is that, look, there are a million ways to frame things, and the frame should be explicit. You should say it. you should give multiple frames, competing frames, and you should compare it according to the one that you would like to make your decision. So the frame should be decision driven. So there's another way that framing can happen, and this one is with graphs. You probably have seen this. I remade this because it was copyrighted. It's from a book called How to Lie with Statistics. And these are exactly the same data, only that you see in the first, you can publish it and say, huh, everything is going stable and it's really, really good. I'm doing my job well. And the second, you can just change the y-axis and you can say things were going bad, but until this, intervention happened, we took the decision, everything skyrocketed. And, we're now super, super rich, even though the difference is, you could say, negligible even. So framing is a huge, huge topic around these things. And it's not just framing per se, it's also our inherent communication abilities. So if I ask, how probable is an event to happen? An earthquake, or a war, or or an environmental catastrophe, or a pandemic, I don't know. I read a really interesting study that it was made, many years ago in the US Army. It has been repeated elsewhere, but this is the one that I found from a very interesting book that took people, I think they were soldiers or civil servants of the military or something, and they asked them they gave them statements, something like that. For example, the earthquake, we doubt is going to happen, or it's probable that it will happen, or it's highly likely. And they asked them to assign a probability to that. And you see the things there are all over the place. Unlikely, some people thought it was 0, some people thought it was 30. Highly likely, some people thought it was 50, some people thought it was 90. Likely, some people thought it was nearly 90, some people thought it was 35. Probable, you can see there's a huge variation. So the words that we use can actually skew what we're saying between us. So a good takeaway from that is, if you have data, make sure that the words you mean a priori are defined to some specific ratio. You're saying 20 to 40 or something like that. So you don't just let the people's subjective potential to come in. Okay, so, and here we have the last tip. State the source of where you get this, and be very explicit about both the frame and the estimates. How do you code the estimates and how do you decide on the frame? These have to be goal specific, okay? So these are the 3 main goals that I would suggest you. All 3 of them have one word: explicit, explicit, explicit. You should be explicit about these things. When you're talking about data, it's so easy to mislead yourself, both yourselves and your co-workers and your collaborators and all the others, and start doing mistakes where you don't know where they came from. So with that in mind, I will repeat these 3 things, and then I would give you some guide on how to start applying these things to your real life. So multiple evaluation, not just one single experiment, many experiments, surveys, opinions, and stuff like that. Be explicit on the reference quantities. Never let things lying around. Things should be compared to something that is understandable by the others. And third, the source and the frame should be explicit. We care about the industry average because we want to invest. We care about last year's because we know that, I don't know, some climate change issue. And the estimates should be tied. We think it's very likely, which means 50 to 60%, it will happen, and you have to find them a priori. So where do you go from here before I leave? There are 3 steps that I will recommend you. The first one is to read about intuition, heuristics, and biases. This is an excellent book to start with. It was my first book that I dove into these things, and I highly recommend it. It tells you about the inefficiencies of how we think, how we act, how we make decisions based on data, how qualitative thinking can be skewed, how quantitative thinking can be skewed. Second, take a course in statistics if you haven't already. There are many courses on the internet that are excellent for that. So you know how these numbers come from. You don't let anyone arbitrarily tell you what to do. And the last one, find the topic you're interested and look on the research and question your assumptions. So this could be, I don't know, nutrition, diet, fitness. This is a really misunderstood topic that when you go on quantitative data, you see it's all over the place. You can even do it in politics. You can even do it in the environment and all that stuff to have good opinions based on quantitative literacy. So I'm done here. I'm finished. These are the three things that I would like to take away. And these are the three goals that I have. So I hope that even though I rushed a lot of things, it was a pretty much of a crash course, that you liked it. And I hope that you're going to ask me the questions that I'm sure I hope that you will probably have. Okay.
Thanks a lot, Nikos, for this extreme evidence-based content and for us to get more familiarized with data. I'm sure this is quite an important topic, especially in today's world where we just have data everywhere and we just don't know how to implement it or interpret it. So thanks a lot for that. I have one question regarding, actually, since you said about good source of data and don't rely on anything that you read, etc., and be presenting. Maybe can you show or share some of the good information sources? Okay, sorry. Good information. Yes.
The information source landscape is super heterogeneous, which means that the same sources might be good for one thing and bad for another thing. I would look for reputable journals. You can Google them in Google Scholar, have many journals, and you can Google the name of the journal, see if it's reputable, and see how much times it has been cited. And you can also see if there are criticism about it. If there are criticisms, it doesn't mean it's refuted. It usually means that you should take second opinions. Okay, that's pretty much one of the things.
Yes, thanks a lot about it. I think what I also can say from my research experience is that there are also some indices for journals. So also journals are evaluated very, I think,
rigorously. Yes.
Exactly. So this is also a very good source so that they can check it out. Thanks a lot for that. One more question, and I will be also saying goodbye. Do you think that as us in 21st century being really overwhelmed with data, do you think that we will come to a point where we are all settled and be aware what actually data means and how we can use it? A personal question.
Okay, that's a personal question, and my personal opinion is in that there are topics that are somehow well when it comes to data-driven things, data-driven approaches. There are other things that the more data there is, the more perspectives there are, and the more people diverge. So politics is an example, or things that have to do with policies, not politics, the way that we everyone is under pressure to publish some things, and even though their methods are right and correct and they don't have major problems, the way that these things are afterwards disseminated usually kills all the point and makes people believe one things, but when you have a discussion, they say, yes, but this study said this, but the study said the opposite, and how do we incorporate them? You know, that are answer half of the problem. The other half has to do in our day-to-day discourse, and this is getting worse in most cases than better with more data. So yeah, that's a personal perspective.
True, true. Thank you so much for sharing this personal perspective, and thanks a lot once again for giving a lot of insights to us and bringing all this information. I'm sure it was hard also for you to make it a really compact one, so I really appreciate, I believe, our audience as well. If you have your one last words, feel free, and thanks again, and bye-bye.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, last words is that one of the things that I would like to see is more people who have these quantitative skills going over to actually talk about them, because it's not enough to read about them, it's to talk about them, to criticize, bad takes of quantitative studies, and also to incorporate them with qualitative opinions. This thing is, everyone is entitled to their opinion, and sometimes it may be taken too far. And when data enter your opinion and becomes your weapon for, I don't know, for spreading your word, you should both be suspicious of yourself and of others who do that. So yeah, if it's something, I would like to state to the audience, it's the 3 points that I talked about and this one. You shouldn't even trust yourself when you come to data. You should be really, really methodical.
Indeed.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Nikos. So see you soon. Bye bye.
Yep. Bye bye. It was nice talking to you.
You too. So we had, as we were discussing, quite an informative webinar now, and it was, I believe, very important matter to discuss in this century. So we will be having a really short break again, and we will be then introducing you the current chairperson in office of our association, Leonidas, and he has been cooperating with a lot of teams, with a lot of people. He has been in multiple positions in EESTEC as well, which means that he kind of had the time to observe the mindset of people, to see how they're working, etc. So we will see you soon. Hello, Leonidas, welcome. I would like to welcome you once again for our audience, and also I hope that you had the chance to take 5 very deep breaths before starting our webinar. So how are you doing?
Hello, I'm pretty great actually. I'm really excited for this. So should I get started?
Okay, you're more excited than even I am. So
I don't know.
feel free to, no worries. We have our deep breaths, we have our wonderful audience, we have you with this perfect webinar coming. So I don't see a reason why not. Go for it.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm here and I would like to talk a bit about mindset. So how the way we think, especially specific, our knowledge and skills affects how we actually perform in the end. So let me share my screen a bit and we can get started. So first of all, I would like to introduce myself a bit. Tunca said already quite a bit, so I won't go into more details, but I'm here because I want to help everyone reach their dreams, and I really hope that this will help you see your skills and your capabilities in a bit different level. Starting with, I will answer my screen now. I will start with a story. And before I do, actually, I would like to ask you, if you have anything that you would like to share during the webinar, please do it on the chat. I will be trying to follow it and see what you were writing and answer to those things. But I want to start with a story. So I have been in this situation a lot of times where people see someone drawing, or people see some kind of good player on some sport, or some person who is not a professional but is really good at something, and they say, I would never be able to reach this skill, or I'm not that talented. And this always kind of pissed me off, because I don't think that there is like talent defines who we are and what we can do. So what I wanted to talk about is how our mindset and how we think about it actually affects us. And I do believe that our skills can be cultivated, and that they can become better, and we can reach a high level of expertise in whatever subject we want to. And because of that, the first thing that I would like to talk about is talent. And I think that this is a topic that is very unclear. Everyone has a very different definition, and generally there's no agreed upon definition, even on like scientific level. So I will just say that like there are people who believe in talent, and there are people who also believe that talent does not exist. And these are also professionals in psychology and social studies. And in order to find the middle ground around those two, I try to find the definition that actually makes sense for me, because I also believe that talent is not something you get born with, and that it is in your genes, and that you basically cannot change it. But I also think that some people are somewhat better at some stuff than others, and somehow we have to explain that. So what I came up with is that talent is basically a combination of stuff. It's how good you get when you work on stuff. So it's like a modifier that modifies how fast you learn and how good you become based on the effort you give. So for example, my soccer talent or football talent would be a modifier for, let's say, 1.5. So the time I spend on football is translated by my modifier into my skill in football, that is, let's say, 1.5 this value. So someone that is relatively good, for example, in football, might be that has a higher modifier here, and so he spends less time and gets more in return. While others might have lower, so maybe 0.8, and they spend like 1 hour in football but get like 0.8 raise in skill. Like, we can consider skill some kind of theoretical measurement of how good we are in a sport, because that's also kind of unclear. So I think that this kind of definition, I think, creates a very good starting point for understanding what we can do, and that we are not limited by our, let's say, born natural things, and we can actually cultivate them, and our environment can play a big role in this. And so we come into the mindset part. So based on a book that is called Mindset, basically, and it's by Carol Dweck, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing the name correctly, there is this theory that people are divided into two categories based on how they think about themselves and how they think about their skills. And the division is basically that there are the people who have the growth mindset, which means that they are the ones that think that they can improve their skills, and the people who have the fixed mindset. So the fixed mindset would mean that I don't believe that I can change who am I. I don't think that I can become better at drawing, because that's who I am, and who I am is not good at drawing. And we will talk about the fixed mindset a bit more later, but it's also important to note that when I'm challenged as a person with fixed mindset, I sometimes break down and try to avoid this effort. While the person with a growth mindset things that they can cultivate through their efforts, their strategies, and the help from others. They can cultivate their skills and become better and achieve more through it. So I again want to give an example. Let's say you are in school and you don't, can you see my slides? You can, okay. And you don't do well in an exam, and you also had like a relatively bad day. What do you think in the end of the day? Do you think that the day that you are not doing well, that you are failing in everything, or that you can't succeed in your studies? Or do you think that you can you have to try more and do more to achieve actually what you want? And this illustrates very well this growth versus fixed mindset approach. People with growth mindset would think that what I do can be improved, and this is just a hurdle that I have to pass through. While people with the fixed mindset would think that whatever happens is not in my limit of reach, and that this is who I am and I can do more than that. And to go into further detail, this has very much application in education and how people learn. And one thing that is mentioned in the book is that basically people with a fixed mindset end up giving up when they don't actually see the result of their efforts. Let's say if they fail, then they think that I have to give up because I don't want to fail. So for a person with fixed mindset, going back to the slide, is very important to have this kind of validation that, okay, I'm good and like I can do this. And if I get challenged, then I break down basically. I don't know what to do. I can't face this issue. So, for example, one thing and one example from the book is that how this is cultivated is through what we say to people and what we say, for example, to students. So if you say to a student that when they solve an exercise that, oh, you are very smart, then this kind of validation creates this fixed mindset in them. They think that they are smart and this is who they are. And if they can't solve the next test, then they try to avoid it. They take the less effort way and just try to avoid anything that will make them feel not smart. So, for example, this is also highlighted a lot in computer games addictions. For example, people, there has been research that said that people who play computer games are in average have higher IQ than the rest of the population. But then this has also like not been very effective for them because they are told that they are smart, and then when they face challenges, they basically don't want to continue. So they resort to playing games where like you can control how hard it is usually, and you can control the challenges you get, and this way you can control basically how successful you'll feel or not. So if, for example, you are playing at the lower difficulty, you feel successful and you get validated, and this way you don't feel challenged and you don't feel that you need to like that you are inadequate. And this is something that I want really to point out. So going back to also the talent thing, I saw it somewhere that this talent, as I see it, is more fixed. Like this is the part that is fixed for you, and this only, the modifier is the only thing that you cannot change. This is, let's say, your genetics and how you are basing, like how you are starting your life. You are starting with this, let's say, modifiers that you cannot change. What you can change is basically the second part of the equation. Oops. The second part of the equation, so the effort you are giving. So if you start dreaming that you want to become more good at drawing, then you have to take effort. And even the people who are, let's say, in architecture or in I don't know how it's called, like arts classes, they weren't like born with being amazing in drawing. They went through classes and they spent a lot of time to reach that higher skill. Maybe they had a higher modifier, yes, but that's not the only thing that matters in the end, because if you put 0 here, then you get 0 here, and of course that doesn't make you a skilled artist. So yeah. One other thing that I wanted to mention was that yeah, so it's very important when you want to let's say support others and want to help them grow, to show them this kind of growth mindset, to show them that you know, you are not the only one, you are not the person who can do things, but you can actually try, and the effort may not pay off at the first time, but it will support you, and like through the time you will actually reach the level you want. It may take a longer time, but that is okay. And going back also, for example, child prodigies, they also did not like just become child prodigies without any effort. It has been proven that they spend considerable amount of time from a young age to be considered child prodigies. They started, for example, Beethoven started playing very young, and he wasn't really acknowledged until quite far in his career. Or actually, he wasn't a child prodigy, I think. But Mozart, who was a child prodigy, was acknowledged quite like he had to spend a lot of time learning before he was actually good and actually making important pieces of work. And one last thing I wanted to include in this was that, of course, this kind of mindset is not the only thing that will take you forward. It's not a panacea. It's not like something super, like the only thing that matters. This is just one thing to keep in mind, and that I hope that it will help you understand better yourself, understand better your skills, and how you can use those to actually become better, try harder, and actually reach your dreams through this way. And I actually, that's mostly what I wanted to mention. This is the book, and I do recommend reading this. It does really create a very different perspective on how you see things. I think that's all I have. I'm a bit ahead of schedule, so maybe if there are any questions.
Of course, thanks a lot, Leonidas, for sharing all this. Again, I have to say, extending mindset sort of info. So it was lovely. Thanks a lot for them. I also haven't read this book, so it is a nice new source of information for me. So I'm looking forward to read even further about it. I believe at least some of our audience are thinking the same as I am. So we do have indeed some questions, if you're ready. The first one is coming from Žiga from Ljubljana. So is there a way to help others switch their mindset? What do you say?
I mean, there definitely is, and I think that was also the point of this like webinar for me, to try to make them think how different perspectives actually help you see things differently and how understand your skills differently. So I guess, of course, there is some more organized way to do it and a more, let's say, methodology to it. But I think that's a nice start to actually mention that and try to make people think about it.
Okay, I see. True. So would you, okay, maybe it's a bit personal question, but still, would you like to share also something that you were trying to do maybe in your life that's, helped you to switch this? Because you said this is why you were having this webinar, so it would be nice to have a concrete example from you as well.
Sorry, the question was if I had something in my life that actually made me change. Actually, I would say that even before reading this book, I was somewhat in this kind of mentality. I didn't really believe that talent is the only thing that that defines you, and talent as a mean of, okay, you are good at something or not. But it is something, but I believe that it's something that you have to work on. And I guess what I'm trying to do, like even in my life in general, is that I try to help people see this kind of approach that, okay, yes, maybe you are talented, or maybe you are not talented in something, but that doesn't mean you can't get good. And that's why I came up with this let's say definition for talent, that it is a modifier. It's not the only thing that defines you, but it kinda will help you or not like increase your skill in something. And yeah, I mean, I think that this way it actually makes people think of it a bit better, like as I would like, as I'm seeing it, for example.
Yeah, I think that it was a good food for thought. Yeah, thank you. Another question is coming from Antek from Krakow. Something also similar to what I was asking. So what has been the most impactful mindset shift in your life? If you feel comfortable to share, of course.
Okay. So I think that this was somewhere in my high school, or like in the start of my high school. And there was this professor that when we were discussing my options about what I want to do in my life and what is in my future, that he told me that if you want, you can achieve more, because let's say I had kind of lower expectations for myself. And that person told me, if you want, you can achieve more. You just have to believe it. And I guess that also was like a big inspiration for me. It was, although it wasn't such a big thing, but like it really did change how I think about things.
Yeah, sometimes the simple things can have the most impactful effects on us, and they can really change so many things in our lives. So indeed true that it may not look like it, but it can definitely have the biggest impact. Thank you. So we have another question from Javi from Madrid this time. So he's asking, how can a person prevent others' mindset interfering with your life? So something like what others' judgments or something like that doing to you. Okay, I need to rephrase. How can you stop people influencing you in a way that you don't want?
I would say that this is highly personal, and it really depends on how much you get affected by what people say. I would recommend that you you try to avoid to get affected by those stuff. Of course, you cannot change their mind always. You can try, and you can show them your perspective, and hopefully they will be there to listen to you and actually understand how you see it. And in the end of the day, like, you get to decide for your future, and you get to decide on what you want to work on. And there are numerous famous people or famous artists or even scientists that weren't very successful when they started and didn't do well in their beginning, but they persisted, and they actually like reached the Hall of Fame, let's say. So it's only up to you, and the others don't really, let's say, matter in the sense of affecting you.
Yeah, true, indeed. We don't start right away from the stars, but we need to get there sometimes, and it always takes some practice. And as you said, it requires some effort. Even if you don't have talent still, this is something to be worked on. And thanks a lot for giving this mindset to us as well. If you would like to share your last words with the audience, please feel free to, and then we will move on.
Yeah, so I just want to say that I hope this gives you a bit of food of thought on what you want to do in your life, and don't think that because you're not good in something right now that you can't be, and that if you want to pursue something, then do it, and the joy of actually doing something that you like will compensate for any, let's say, pitfalls that come in your way. And if you want to talk a bit more about it, you can contact me, and I'm very happy to talk with you.
Thanks a lot, Leonidas. And please
Thank you.
feel free to contact him. As you heard, it was a really impactful webinar. So we all have our troubles with mindset, but also good times. It would be a delightful conversation, I presume. Thank you, Leonidas, for being with us. And we will be now having a 5 minutes break again. See you soon. Yes. So again, we are having a break now. So before we start, we have another topic here. Go to the window and notice 3 unusual things. As you see, my window is here, so I will be doing that as well. And I expect all of you, and I encourage all of you to do that as well. This would be not for me, of course, but for you to have, you know, a cherished moment of this day. Afterwards, we will be welcoming Alex from Karlsruhe. He is also, okay, we're having a lot of chairpersons today, actually. He also is chairperson of SC Karlsruhe, and he has been a wonderful wonderful organizer to many other things as well. He will be introducing him too. I don't want to take your window time, so I'm going now as well, and we will welcome him soon. Welcome, Alex. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm loving the webinar series so far.
Oh, lovely. I'm happy to hear that. So what were the 3 things you have spotted in front of your window?
I actually have my window closed right now, as you can see, and so I didn't look outside.
Okay. At least can ask our audience what did they see. They can also write in comments, right?
Yes, they can.
Okay, I would be happy to hear them. Wonderful. I'm so happy to have you here as well. And would you like to introduce yourself to us? I can also introduce you from some festival moments, etc. But I think it will be better if it's coming from you.
I think I have that covered in my presentation as well.
Cool.
Who I am and where I come from and why do I exist? Probably because I was born, but thank you for the introduction and thank you for the initiation of this whole event. I'm super excited to be part of it. And I've honestly enjoyed most of what I've seen. And yeah. So let's get to me. Who am I? I'm Alex. I'm from Karlsruhe. I am 23 years old, study electrical engineering. I'm the current chairperson of my branch, and I've been a trainer in EESTEC from the 11th generation, which graduated from their T30 in March 2019. And here you can also see a nice picture of myself. So my topic is needs. And why do needs matter for us? And the first and most important part is it is often a source of positive or negative emotions. If we do not cover a need, for example, we are thirsty, or we do not drink for a long time, we get thirsty because we haven't covered our need for getting enough water throughout the day. And we will have a negative emotion about it. We'll feel thirsty, maybe lethargic, whatever. And we'll move or do something to get something to drink and get ourselves hydrated again. Or we can feel lonely if we're disconnected from the people we like and love and want to be surrounded by. So understanding our needs is understanding ourselves as well as gives us the ability to understand others better as well. And if we understand our needs, we can more easily satisfy them by asking others to help us, especially with the ones that are interdependent, or we can communicate more openly to other people. So we have less and fewer conflicts in our relationships and have more satisfying interactions with the people surrounding us. First, I want to go a little bit about Maslow's pyramid of needs and his hierarchy that he proposed. He starts out in saying that we have to fulfill the lowest layer, which is the physiological needs, which includes everything like water, food, shelter, sleep, clothing, just the basic things for our species to survive. Then we cover the safety needs, our personal security, resources, health, property, so things that are material. Then we have love and belonging, friendship, intimacy, family, sense of connection. And it's proven that babies, if they are not getting enough love from their parents or from someone caring for them, they will actually die. And esteem is the next one, which is our self-esteem, our respect and recognition. And the final one is self-actualization, and this is the desire to become the most that we can be. A good example for this can be Mahatma Gandhi. He sacrificed his physiological needs partially for food to fulfill his desire to be a change in the world of India and to be a change in the world in general. So this pyramid is more like a rule of thumb and not like strictly to be followed, because sometimes we can purposefully sacrifice an area if we need to get to somewhere else. So let's move on. I will have a small activity in it, so you can actually participate, and I would encourage you to grab a pen and paper or whatever tool and you are used to writing on. I have a small notebook and a pen here where I can write in. And I would recommend you have a quiet and secure place where you feel safe and won't get interrupted from the outside. So you can be open to this page of paper that you are going to write on. Now, what we will do, we will take an event in your life that was memorable for some sort of emotion, and we will write out what we were feeling in that moment, and we will identify what were the needs that were met or not met. So I have a few rules that I want you to follow, so it makes it easier during this webinar for you to follow, and you won't get as stuck as easily. First of all, it should be a memory with some sort of emotional reaction to it, because that makes it often easier to recall. What's important though, it should not be a too strong emotion, so not to overwhelm you, and not a too weak emotion, so you actually do not have a strong enough memory to recall it in its completeness. Then, most importantly, we are only trying to observe throughout the whole process. So don't judge anything that you are writing down, that you saw people do in this event. Just observe it and write it down. And now we want to use our most comfortable language. That can be that you're writing in your native language, or in English, or in a combination of both, which can be fun as well. So for describing the situation or the event, I will usually like to start with a title. And my title for the event that I choose personally is An Interesting Car Ride. But others might be The Great Divide, The Explosion, A Kiss of Love, or I don't know, something similar, something that you feel can describe the event shortly. Then we want to go, well, where did it happen? At what place? Were you at home? Outside? In the living room of a friend's house? At a party? Or in front of your computer? Wherever it happened, take a second and write it down. Be specific. Try to recall as many of the places, attributes as possible. I don't know, was it in a car, and what kind of car? Then, when did it happen? How long did it last? When did it happen? Was it a few years ago? Or was it a year ago? Yesterday? Half a year ago? This morning at 8:30 p.m. a.m. Sorry. And whatever the time is, write it down. Then the next question is, who was with you? Were you alone in that situation? Were you talking to someone? Whoever it is that was with you in that moment that you remember, write their names down, because names are a way to connect to people, and we remember them often by their names and faces, and we can recall them easier afterwards. And then what actually happened? What are your observations? Important observations. You don't want to judge it. You want to find out what you were doing. What did the other people do in the room? What were maybe outside influences, like did the phone ring? Or did you receive a text? Were you watching something? Or did you hear something? Don't judge it. Describe the situation how a third-person narrator would describe it in his book, or how you can see it in a movie, just the people talking and interacting with each other, or the scene playing out. For what I have chosen here, it was in a car in Sardinia. It was with a friend and her family. We were on a car ride from one place to the other. And we played some music, and my phone was used for navigation in that circumstance. And I did not like the music and asked to change it. And that was the situation in which we are in, for my part. Now we want to move on when you have finished your collection of thoughts towards your situation. Now we will shortly go over our emotions. First of all, I want to have a few reminders here. Don't blame and just feel appreciated towards the emotions. They will help you to find out what the problem actually was and why you're feeling it and how you can solve it in the future. So appreciate them and don't blame anyone, neither yourself nor anyone else. Be precise in what you have as an emotion. You can use metaphors for that. They are often a good way to describe it. I don't know, I was feeling like I was between a rock and a hard place is a good metaphor if you feel stuck or torn or under pressure. And then afterwards, question if the emotion you are describing was accurate. Is it what you have actually felt? And for this, I have also prepared a few words that might help you, a few emotions that you can have. This lead is by no means complete, but it can maybe trigger something in you. Were you feeling joyous or angry? Was it a feeling of gratefulness towards something? Were you worried or energetic or horrified? Were you frustrated? Indifferent? Or maybe cheerful? Take a moment, think about it, and only continue on when you are sure that you have found it. I hope you have all come to a satisfying point with the emotions that you were experiencing throughout. Now we want to go over our needs and what we experienced in that regard. For our needs, we have to become curious, because exploring our needs and from our emotions is not that easy. So you have to be curious, and your curiosity will lead you to the right questions, and the right questions will be the answers to what you were needing in that specific situation. I have some triggering questions or some categorizing questions here that can maybe help you. Were you needing something in the physical or physiological realm, like food? Was it something spiritual? Something you want to stand for? Was it something interdependent towards another person, where they did not give you sufficient feedback? Was it related to your integrity? Did someone cut into your autonomy? Or were you celebrating something? I also have a few needs that are common throughout a lot of us, and I will also just flash them on the screen. Maybe they trigger something in you or get you on the right path. Number one, obviously, food, a pure physiological need. Were you needing empathy from another person? Or do you need to be empathetic to someone? Was there a need for connection? Did you feel connected or disconnected from someone that you want to feel connected to? Maybe even yourself? Were you looking for meaning? Did you satisfy this need that's also inherent for most of us? Was it fun? Just simple play and fun? Was it honesty that was lacking? Or that was there? Was it love to yourself, to others? Was it autonomy that was needed and cut back on? Or was it inspiration? Did you feel inspired by something or not enough inspired? For me, I forgot to describe the emotions that I had. I was feeling a little bit untrusted and a little bit hurt because my personal needs for support and trust in that situation weren't met. And I figured that out after thinking about it for a time. And I'm really glad that I did. I'll give you a little bit of time to think about it. Maybe you have something that's completely individual to you. But I encourage you to try it out and figure it out. Okay. I hope you figured it out by now, because I want to move on. What's next? What comes after? We have now figured out what our need was and how and that it wasn't met. Now we have to find out how we can actually meet it. Therefore, we want to learn from the situation. We want to be, again, curious. How can we meet it? How could we have met it? Or how could we even have repaired it? Or can avoid it in the future? Did you figure out that you need to talk to someone? Did you have to have a conversation with someone? So that they can help you move through the situation, or that they can apologize, or you can apologize, or forgive them. Did the other people in this situation know what they were doing to you? Were they aware? And how can you let them know that they were not fulfilling your needs? And lastly, what's also possible afterwards? You can try it again with a different situation, with different circumstances, and find out what happened there. And for the final part, I'm recommending a few further readings that helped me really explore this topic after I realized that I have a lacking in here. The first one is Nonviolent Communication, A Language of Compassion by Marshall B. Rosenberg. A really great book, and I enjoyed reading it. And I read it in a really, really short time because I was so catched onto it. And the second thing is Awaken the Giant Within by Anthony Robbins. In a few of his chapters, he actually goes over our emotions and how they pinpoint us towards the action that we want to take, and how they can be a guideline in our decision making, and how they can move us forward. That will be it from my side. And if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. And I hope you take something away from this short webinar, an introduction to needs.
Thanks a lot, Alex. I'm, to be honest, in a really reflective state and I'm amazed. This was wonderful. I would like to also say a few words more. Oh, see, I am that in the mood still. I also would like to say a few more words regarding NVC, nonviolent communication, because it is also said to be a mindset, as you were sharing here. And it is not only a way of communicating, but for a self-awareness, for a good empathy, for really healthy relationships. I believe it was very valuable to have this here. So thank you so much for bringing it. It was wonderful. And I would like to also share what I have as events and emotions and needs. May I?
Okay, go ahead. I'm interested.
Thank you. So it was playing Legos with my dad for an hour at 2 a.m. at night. And it happened like one week ago, not much. And it was wonderful, but of course I was being observant, so I'm coming there soon. So we played individually, we recalled some memories, we had the conversation, which I believe was also reciprocal. So we heard each other as well. Afterwards, the emotions I got was more of joy and great gratitude. I would also say, well, I wrote a lot of things. Yes.
Nice.
In short, yes. So I was also feeling really, in the sense of how to say it, not happy, but more, this childish joy that you have inside. I was feeling like that, and it was wonderful. And the needs regarding that, my connection, fully covered, meaning it was wonderful. And those Legos, they're my favorite tools for fun.
It's amazing to hear the story.
Yeah, thank you.
I can really feel the emotion that you're transferring even through the screen. It's amazing.
Yes, see, this is exactly why I love it. Thank you so much for saying it, because this is why NVC is enriching our lives, and it's beautiful. So thank you for sharing your story with us. I got really touched while you were sharing it, and yeah, thank you. I'm not talking too much. I'm coming to the questions now. So the first question I would ask, the feelings are actually not, and emotions are not that easy to identify sometimes, and we often may confuse them with some of our assumptions. You may say, for example, I feel like I screwed, but this is not exactly a feeling, right? So what would you give as a tip to our audience?
It's all about exploring, and if you actually hit the nail on the head, you will basically feel it resonating with you. At least that's how it happens for me. And also expanding your vocabulary and trying out different words for the situation or for the feeling that you're having can work wonders here. And as far as I know, there are like 200,000 words or something in English for emotions and feelings. And so you can be as accurate as you want to be.
Indeed, true. So thanks for these tips. I totally support them as well. This vocabulary enhancing is working way more impactful than it sounds, even, I would say, the more you get familiar with it. We have another question from our audience. It's from Leonidas.
Okay.
So he's asking, how often do you recommend us to look back into our needs?
Okay, this is really personal, and if I would say as often as you need to, I don't think I cover the question. For me, I have to do it on about a weekly basis at least, or whenever I recognize, hey, I'm feeling something strongly, I have a need to communicate it with someone, or that I am not clearly thinking, I say that sit down or think about it or go for a walk and phrase this event through my head and decide or find out what was happening in my head and in my state.
Okay, so from your side, indeed, during the hard, more intense moments, it's a better idea to go for needs, we can say, but we can also say a weekly evaluation sort can help as well. But it is personal, so you can try it out. We totally suggest you to try it out and figure out your own pace, right, Alex?
Yes, agreed.
Yeah. So one more question. It's also coming from my side. What do you think also about this whole implementation of this mindset? Because when you first get to know nonviolent communication, it is wonderful and you're all caught up with it and its environment, but then you're going back to the ordinary world, as Žiga was saying. So then, you know, the people are not really aware of it and things may get a bit trickier. So how it was for you while implementing it to your life, and what would you say to our audience?
Okay, this is a really great question, and I've actually discussed it with a few people. And the point here is that you, or for me was, that you actually wanted to be the change. You are actively trying to incorporate it in your life, and people will comment you and about your way of clearly communicating it, and also they'll help you understand others better in the way that you just see where they are coming from. You're changing your perspective more easily because you can just move into their head or out of their head and move forwards and backwards. And therefore, it's more about that you gather the benefits all the time, but it's not always easy to stick to it as well because, I don't know, a snippy comment is made really easy. And it requires some effort as well. And if you're tired and not conscious of it in the beginning, it will be really, really difficult.
True, indeed. And those comments, well, they're part of our life, so we cannot really avoid it. But
Yes.
it's a good way within we see to start standing up against it. Yes, indeed, agreed. I think one last thing I want to say about this and hear your thoughts before asking for your last words is about appreciation. With NVC, it wasn't only, for example, about the moments of sadness and upsetting or those triggers, but it was also about the moments of joy and appreciation towards the people that I was at least sharing my moments. So it was very impactful. And have you had sort of a memory you can share maybe with us, like how it was for you? Did you try it as well? Would you recommend our audience to try it also for appreciation?
Yes, of course. It works. It's actually amazing. If you just, I was recognizing that I was talking with my mentor a little bit, and I was really appreciative of what he was doing, and that I was grateful for it. And I just voiced it towards him and said, "Hey, I'm grateful that you are helping me here, and that it's going forward, and that we have this connection that we developed." And it was really, really great to just communicate it, just to give it to someone. And also the other people that receive it are always usually really glad when they hear it, and they are a little bit blushed.
Indeed. Thank you so much. And thank you for guiding us towards discovering our needs, our feelings behind our behaviors, and also get familiarized with how we can live them and, enrich our lives in a better way. So thanks a lot. Do you have any last words before we're ending
Yes,
this?
I want to share one thing. I'm a little bit screen fatigued now, and therefore I'm in a desperate need for a break from my screen, which is also perfect because we now have a 1 hour break, right?
Indeed, that's where we're gonna go. Please open your window. Don't make it closed anymore. And please go check 3 things. Wonderful. Thank you. See, this is what we should do when we're having screen fatigue, people. Thank you, Alex, for joining us. See you soon. Bye-bye. Yes. So with finishing Alex, we have concluded the first part of our webinars. I hope you enjoyed it, everyone. And I hope that I was a good enough host for you. And I hope this was a cheerful open learning day. I was enjoying it quite a lot. I hope that you did it as well. I will from now on give this beautiful let's say position to Jana, our training team leader. If you have any questions, please feel free to put it to our YouTube live stream. And if you would like to check the rest of the webinars, here are the schedule. But if you would like to see the descriptions, also check our YouTube live stream right now. In the description, you will see at the very top that there is webinar and descriptions button, and there is a link which you can also add to your calendar if you are a bit uncertain about your memory, let's say. So have a wonderful day, and it was great hosting you here. Yeah, we will see each other maybe soon in another event, maybe even in Europe. So take care, bye-bye.
Okay, I've been informed that I was not listened. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Now you can hear my voice as well, and I may repeat that. We are continuing with the rest of our Open Learning Day. We're having some more cool sessions for all of you. And our very first training is going to be about a tool for a happier living. So if you haven't already, it's now time to think about a happy moment of this week before we invite our next trainer. So I give you 1 more minute. Okay.
Just a second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I was following the live as well. So,
yeah, there is
okay.
Delay in the live. Okay,
Yes.
So we have here Simona. She's a trainer from the last generation of trainers that we have, and she has been in many positions in EESTEC. Every position that I know of, she has been there. So I guess, Simona, you reached the point in your life where you needed to find some balance, and it turns out that you found a tool to do that. So we're looking forward to listen to you.
Yes, yes, thank you for a nice introduction. I will just, okay. So thank you for a nice introduction, so I can share this tool with you and to share how it has helped me. First of all, I hope that all of you have had a nice lunch break and that you enjoyed your lunch, but still I hope that you have some space left for this nice pizza that we are going to make today. So as Jana said, the webinar that I will be holding is called Pizza of Life, a recipe for happier living. And as you know, it's powered by EESTEC training team and Open Learning Day, and it's really been a great pleasure to be a part of this. And I hope that you will stay tuned and listen to all the webinars that we have left. So first of all, Jana already said some things about me. My name is Simona, I'm 23 and I'm from Belgrade. Currently, I'm a master's student of electrical engineering. I'm studying automation control. For a couple of months now, I have been working in power engineering field, especially in oil and gas industry. And regarding my EESTEC experience, I have been in EESTEC for 4 years, and I have been in a variety of different positions, and I had a lot of experience both locally and internationally. I was locally in a board, involved in a lot of local events. Internationally, I have been in a position of a board assistant / coordinator, member of multiple teams, also member of supervisory board. And I wouldn't say the latest, but one of the biggest roles in the previous year has been that I have been a member of EESTEC training team as a soft skill trainer for over a year now, and I have delivered a lot in different events. So I'm really glad that now I got this chance to deliver this webinar to you. And before we start, I would just like to ask you to prepare a pen and a paper so we can draw something during this webinar. I know that you have already been asked to for previous webinars, so hopefully you have some by your side. Okay, so here is the agenda for today. Since we don't have that much time, we will go through this Pizza of Life shortly, and in the end, if you would have any additional questions, you can always approach me. First thing that we will cover is why do we actually need this Pizza of Life? After that, we are going to go through the recipe and how to create this pizza, and then actually you that are watching right now are going to create your own pizza, and in the end, you're going to enjoy it. So first thing first, why do you need the Pizza of Life? As you will see, this is a tool that will help you get in balance with your life. One of the things that we hear a lot today is burnout, and it's called, some psychologists call it the disease of 21st century. And it is caused by unbalanced lives that we lead, usually are focused on work, and we are kind of letting go of other aspects of our lives. And that kind of leads us not being satisfied with our own successes, and we don't get to enjoy them. So we kind of want to avoid this disease. Also, it helps us to get an overview of different life areas that we have and how our energy is distributed between these. Helps us improve the life balance, and it's kind of a small step for making our lives happier. And it can be the first step that we take, and after this, we can use it in different fields. Also, I have chosen this photo. It is very intentional because for me, it, besides the balance, it kind of brings me peace and makes me feel happier when I just look at this photo, and I hope that it evokes the same feelings for you. So now we can peacefully continue with this webinar. So we are going to go through the recipe for this pizza. So what this pizza actually is. It's called, we call it Pizza of Life. Some people call it Wheel of Life, depends, but it is a tool which helps us visualize different areas of our lives and how this energy of ours and time is distributed to, between these. Suggestion is to choose 6 to 8 different areas or roles that we have. that we want to analyze, and we can draw it like this. So this is a base of the pizza that we need in the beginning. Since this time I chose 8 areas of life that I would like to assess and that I usually look to. First one is finances. Secondly, career/academic. This depends on where are we currently in our lives. Are we students? Are we working people? Or maybe we're both. Next one is romantic relationship. Even though there are different kind of relationship with different people, this one is one of the crucial ones that we have in our lives, and that takes a big role. Next is family. Of course, the same as the romantic relationship, family is still important, and friends as well. So friends is another category. And sixth category that we have are hobbies/fun. This is the activities and the time that we take for ourselves, for developing ourselves through different activities that we actually enjoy. The seventh one is health. And this is especially important in this situation with COVID-19 that we have in the whole world today. Also, it's something that us young people tend to forget a lot because we are young and we don't get sick that often, but it's something that we need to take care of now because it has consequences later. And the last one, but not the least, is spirituality. This is maybe one of the most abstract areas that I have included in this analysis. It is something that it's a connection to something bigger and just being in touch with ourselves and the outside and searching for meaning. And if we are satisfied with what we found, it can be either religious or in different philosophical fields. This depends solely on you, but it is still something that is a big part of our lives. So now that we have this recipe and this base for our pizza, we can continue with making our own pizza. So I want to introduce Mark. This is Mark, and he's going to go through making this pizza with us now. As you already were asked in the beginning, you have your paper, you have your pen. Now I would like to ask you to draw this pizza. So you can use a different tool for creating a perfect square circle. If you don't have, you can do it by your hand, as I will do now. And also divide it into 8 slices and try to make them equal as possible. I hope that you're drawing with me and with Mark. It looks something like this for me. Sorry for the lack of artistic skills, but I hope that this will work. You can also mark every aspect as we did here. Okay, so now that we created the base, Mark is going to try to analyze each of these fields. And how is he actually going to do this? We can try to use a scale from 1 to 10, or from 1 to 100%, or just to color the surface that we feel that we are, how much are we satisfied with each of these areas of our lives. So this here is Mark's pizza, and this represents his life. So Mark is currently a student on his final year of studies. He's preparing only his thesis, so he has finished with all of his exams. He also has a part-time job in a software development company. So he's pretty satisfied in this area. He has ended a long relationship. So right now he's not really searching for a new one, but he's still not so satisfied with his romantic life. He's in touch with his family because he lives with his parents and his sister, but still he didn't get to be in touch that much with his grandparents due to COVID-19. So he kind of didn't put enough time to that, but family is still important to him. He has been seeing a lot of his friends lately, as you can see, both live but also online. They have been spending a lot of time together, going through the same things, so they kind of get each other. And regarding his hobbies, Mark usually likes going to the gym, reading books, but lately he didn't have enough time for that. So this is why this area of his life is a bit lower on the scale than he would like to. The next one is health. He's kind of okay, but he doesn't really go regularly to any checkups. He's not really taking care that much of his immunity, which is important now due to COVID. And there is still some time to work on this. And the last one that we have here is spirituality. He's not that much in touch with it. He didn't really explore, so he's not really sure where he is, but he wouldn't say that he's very satisfied with that. Also finances, even though he has a part-time job, he still does not have enough that he would like to start his own life and outside of his family to move out. So he thinks that there's still time to place to improve. As you see, Mark analyzed all of his areas in this way. You can also, as I said, do it by writing the numbers. If you're satisfied, like, let's say 5 out of 10, so you can write it like that. It's a nice way to visualize it in somehow, since as humans, we are visual types. So we can perceive this information maybe better than just by adding some numbers. I have also drew my pizza, which I will show you. It's here. And now we can go to the next. So now we have just analyzed these aspects. We have it visualized here. But what is the next step that Mark wants to take? Well, we want to set our ideal limit where we would actually be, where we want our different aspects of lives to be right now. With these black lines, you see that Mark has put here which level would be satisfied, he would be satisfied with. As you can see, in some fields like friends and career/academics, he would even be satisfied with less, which means that some additional time and energy that he has been putting into these two fields, he can distribute to other fields that he wants to improve. So as you can see, you can do this as well. And I have done it here, which you can see maybe or maybe not. So try to kind of visualize it. You can also use different colors. Unfortunately, right now I don't have any by my side, but that is also very nice to do. So you can have it all colored up like we did here. So when you have set the ideal limits, what now? We have created our pizza, we have put our toppings on it, we have baked it, and now it's actually time to enjoy. And how are we actually going to enjoy this pizza? Well, this tool is very useful, as I said in the beginning, as a first step. It helps us to get an overview and to see in which areas we are actually not balanced enough and how we can distribute our energy differently. Based on the pizza that we have just made, we can create some maybe to-do lists, which are short-term with some short-term tasks that can contribute to developing certain areas. For example, we can put in our to-do list to call our grandparents today and see how they're doing, if there is something that we can do for them, which will contribute to the family aspect of our life. Or we can put a task to every month to save up 100 euros, which will help us in the financial aspect, and eventually we can move out from our parents' home. So this is something that can be a to-do list, but also it can be used for creating long-term goals. because there are some aspects of our lives that we cannot change immediately, which are career, academics, also our health. It is something that takes time to improve. So we can put some long-term goals for us to maybe focus more on fitness, on our health, on going to the gym, or maybe even reading one book every month, which will help us return to our hobbies. So it can help us in this way to also create these long-term goals. It also depends on what you actually like to use from all of these tools, so it is very individual. Something that is also good is to go back to this pizza that we have just created. From time to time, go back to it, see if you are actually improving in these fields that you have set up for yourself. But also, as every plan in our life, our life plan needs to be reevaluated from time to time. And even though we create some tasks for ourselves or create goals, we can always go back, create a new pizza and reevaluate, see where we're standing right now. So maybe this balance has been improved, but maybe some other aspects of our lives have been suffering because of that. It's very difficult to say that at a certain point we will be in a perfect balance with everything that we do. So it's important to understand that in the beginning, but it is also very useful to take a moment for ourselves to evaluate what we have been doing and to try to improve. And we are striving for this perfect balance, even though maybe we will never achieve it. Yes. So I hope that this has been a useful tool for you, which you can use. Something that I would like to say is that time when you want to do the pizza and create it again depends a lot, as I said, on you. So I wouldn't say that there is a, let's say, period of 1 month or 3 months where you're supposed to reevaluate it, but rather do it when you don't feel satisfied, when you are feeling tired and you are feeling out of balance. So I would say that it kind of depends a lot on you when you want to do it. I hope that you have enjoyed this short webinar, and if you would like more info, you can contact me and I can send you some materials. And also, if you have any questions, this is the time to ask. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Simona, for your insights on the tool. I don't see some questions on the chat, but guys, feel free to post them even now. I will check them, but we have some questions actually. One of them is, I guess you need to prioritize somehow those slices. Like you cannot focus in all of these slices at once. So do you have any tip how to do that? Like how can I prioritize these slices?
Yes, it's a really good question. As I said, we are not, so everyone individually needs to prioritize for themselves. Something that I was using is the Eisenhower matrix as well to see somehow to prioritize what I can do now, what I can leave for later, even though we kind of want to achieve everything at the same time. If you're not familiar with Eisenhower matrix, it helps you to evaluate which things to do now, which things to leave for later, or to delegate, or just to do at this moment of your life. So yes, I would suggest that. For me, it has been pretty useful. But also, even though when we evaluate, it's still, you kind of know which aspect of your life you would like to focus at this point, and that's like your inner feelings that tell you about that as well.
Okay, thank you. Eisenhower matrix also works also separately, so that's a really good tool for people to check, defining important and urgent stuff in their life. You also said to evaluate this our pizza of life, and I think that's really important because it's not that you do it once and your life is like that forever. since that point. So from your experience with the tool, how often, like you said, it depends, of course, from person to person, but what's an approximate time? How often do you evaluate from the moment that you do it, when it's time to go back to it?
Well, as I said, again, individually, especially when you feel like it, but if we can say a certain amount of time, I would say maybe 2 to 3 months, especially for the longer term goals. But if you want to go back and if you have a lot of short term or to-do lists or short-term tasks, then you can even go in 2 weeks back to it, or in a month, and to see if these short-term slices of pizza have actually improved.
Okay, that's pretty insightful. Thank you, Simona. I don't have other questions, but guys, you heard it. She's open also for personal contact. So if you try to use this tool and you don't, and you're stuck somewhere, I'm sure Simona would be glad to help you.
Yes.
Do you have any last words for us?
I hope that you have enjoyed this webinar and stayed tuned. I know that I will. Yes, and thank you for this initiative and for, I'm glad that I have been a part of this.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
See you, Simona. So we're gonna have now, as usual, our 5 minutes break. Our next session is, let's see. It's the history of self-development by Halit. Your challenge for this break is to close your eyes for at least 1 minute. I know it feels uncomfortable to close our eyes and stay in silence for even for 1 minute, but since we're spending a lot of time in front of the screen, as we mentioned before, it would be nice for you to really take this break for yourself. So I'm leaving you, and we will be back in some minutes together with our next trainer.
Are we live?
Hello.
Hello.
We are back. I was leaving this 1 minute for people to close their eyes and get ready for your webinar. So for everybody that is watching us, this is Halit. And let me say a few things before we go into the topic. Halit is known for his great stories. He is known for a great storyteller within our association, and not only. So I'm really curious to hear some more stories. I'm sure there will be. And this topic is actually interesting. It's about the history of self-development. Like, we're all familiar with self-development, but I'm not sure that we are aware how it all began and how it turned out to be the way it is today. So I'm sure we will be enjoying your insights.
Okay, shall I start?
Take your time, and yes, whenever you're ready, you can start.
By the way, do I appear too dark because of the sunlight?
A bit, yes.
Okay.
But
well,
we can see you. We can see you, but however you want.
Oh, okay. That's fine. All right. I'm starting, right?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Okay, hello everyone. This is Halit from LC Istanbul. I'm an EESTEC trainer from the 10th generation. Today I'll be talking about the history of self-development. First of all, if you're expecting any skills to gain or any applicable knowledge, anything practical out of this webinar, don't, because you're not getting any. This is going to be all theoretical and abstract, so you have been warned. Let's jump in. First off, some statistics. These numbers are the global market cap for the self-development industry. Right now, we have a little bit above $11 billion, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. It's growing gradually, and we're going to take a look at how we got here and where's this trend coming from and where is it going, etc. So ideally, I would start the story from all the way back from ancient Greece, because that's where the roots of these ideas go back to, but I don't have time, so we're starting from the 19th century. I put down the three things that, in my estimation, shaped the 19th century and onwards, like modern world, basically. The first one is American Constitution, which gave birth to democracy. As you can see, it says starts with we the people, which influenced the later democratic movements in Europe, such as the French Revolution. And this made liberty one of the ultimate virtues of that era. Second, you have the steam engine, which started the Industrial Revolution, which paved the way for modern/industrial capitalism. And this made wealth one of the ultimate virtues of the era. Like money is important more than ever now for everyone. And the third, we have Karl Marx. He formalized socialism, and he and a bunch of his friends and followers became a symbol for civil rights movements and equality. As you can see, I bolded liberty and wealth and equality. These are the three major virtues of the era. Okay, so the story of the 19th century, like the real history, actually, what happened. With the Industrial Revolution, for the first time, you have masses migrating from rural areas to industrial cities like London and Birmingham, right? So when that happens, for the first time, you have lower class people and upper class people living in the same area, physically close to each other for the first time, because before you had villagers, well, living in their villages, right? They were away. Literally, they were out of sight. They weren't interacting with each other too much. So there wasn't a continuous conflict. When you have cities like London and Birmingham, you have a continuous interaction with workers and bourgeois or the noble, whatever. And continuous interaction means continuous conflict. On top of that conflict, when you add the terrible life conditions of the working class, and it is really terrible. I mean, that's not really up to debate. They were working like 15 hours per day. It was really inhumane. So then you have working class demanding more and more rights from the state, from the government, from their bosses, and rightfully so. And they start gaining those civil rights slowly. But also, some of them started to figure, yeah, I should have more rights. Yes, obviously. But also, what are the things that I can do? What is my own responsibility? What can I do individually to improve my own life? How can I make more money? How can I save that money? How can I make investments? How can I gain new skills? How can I develop the skills that I already have further? You know, those type of questions led the way to the first steps of self-development. And that created, demanding civil rights, but also, individual efforts, created this duality for the first time. Well, the question is, who's responsible for prosperity? And the two answer is the state / government / bourgeois, whatever. And that's the collectivist approach. And they figured it is our job to stick together and make them be fair with us, to give those rights to us. That's one answer. And the other answer is it's our own responsibility to accumulate wealth and strive for prosperity. And that was the individualistic approach. Now, note here that this is not a binary question. This is not either this or that. This is a spectrum, and the best solution is to find a middle point on this spectrum, somewhere purple, you know. Somewhere on the spectrum, one important man here to note is Samuel Smiles. He was a Scottish politician and author. He wrote Self-Help in 1859. This is actually where the industry gets his name from. His book has been called the Bible of mid-Victorian liberalism. He claims that poverty is caused by irresponsible habits of the individual, not the state or government, which kind of puts him to the bluer side of the spectrum, but also attacks materialistic understanding of wealth. He doesn't praise money, which is why he's not hated by socialists. Even though he's a liberal, he's kind of moderate, I would say. And I put down two quotes here. I don't have time to read them, but you can see that he was like the OG self-development guru, expert. You know, it's very similar to the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People when you look at it. Another really important guy is Alfred Adler. He was an Austrian, if I'm not mistaken, psychologist. He invented concepts like lifestyle, self-image, work-life balance. Unlike his peers, he was focusing more on the positive side on psychology. He was thinking, how can I use my expertise to better the lives of people rather than focusing on pathological cases like Freud or Jung did. Therefore, he delivered the blueprint for positive psychology, which later became the scientific backbone of self-development industry. Like if you would go on and look into a self-development material as evidence, you would see psychological researches in the positive psychology branch most of the time. So we have this guy to thank for that. Our next stop is the American dream. America had very similar set of values to this. Liberty, wealth, and equality were also really important. The ultimate virtues, again, we can say. The difference is, compared to Europe, is that Americans had an entire continent to exploit, right? They had practically infinite resources. And when you have infinite resources, you are naturally more biased towards the blue side of the spectrum, to the individualistic approach. Why? Because, well, you have infinite resources. It's literally the land of opportunity. It's easier to accumulate wealth. It's easier to build some things on your own. So it made sense. Naturally, they were bluer, so to speak. And in a bluer country, you have yourself even more Samuel Smileses, as I call them, the founding fathers of modern self-development. I put down 4 names. I'm not going to read all of them. You can see them. But note that 2 of the books have the word rich in them, which shows that Americans valued money and wealth a little bit more. It was a part of the ethos of the nation, right? It wasn't only practical or beneficial to accumulate wealth. It was also kind of ethical. Like that was the normal purpose that you would have in the early 20th century America. And like also, I need to note that Dale Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence People, that's like the Bible of EESTEC training team, kind of. Everybody reads it. I mean, I'm trying to point that this is where all this is coming from. And I'm not being cynical, by the way. It's a really great book. I should also point that out. Okay, up to this point, I was talking about modernity or modernism. And modernism is all about progress, upwards and onwards, just continuous, nonstop growth, innovation after innovation, as effective as possible and as systematic as possible. At first, it sounds good, and it did work for a little bit more than a century, I guess. But then towards the, or in the early 20th century, I guess, this approach turned into an obsession that tries to come up with one final solution, one ultimate definitive answer to fix all the problems, to clear all the questions in a domain. Think of it like one definitive model that will explain everything in the domain of psychology. One definitive model to explain everything about economics, one model for politics, one model for sociology, et cetera, And then what they did, they were trying to come up with this meta model that would kind of connect all those models together. And, and at the end of it, they were going to be, this is it, we figured out entire civilization, and like, this is the end game, something like that. But it didn't work like that. Think of it like a bubble that keeps inflating and inflating, and then eventually bursting. And it did, the bubble bursted. By that, I mean the world wars, right? We witnessed 2 world wars, which was, at least in parts, was a consequence of this obsession with trying to come up with this ultimate solutions to fix everything. It backfired. And what happened afterwards? The intellectuals that came after the world wars in the 60s and 70s, mainly these 2 fellas, Michel Foucault and Jean-Paul Sartre, they became the faces of postmodernism. And postmodernism is basically an antithesis to modernism, right? And modernism was something that is built on systematic approach. So naturally, this was, on the contrary, it was about demolishing systems. I mean, this is an oversimplification, obviously, but for the sake of the argument, it was against systems, it was against objectivity and like ultimate solutions. And they thought, wait a second, this isn't working. So what if we, instead of trying to find an ultimate solution, what if we accepted many solutions for many specific problems at hand, kind of like micromanagement, I would say. And with that approach, almost everything became social subjective, everything became relative, nothing was meaningful, but also everything had meaning at the same time. It's weird. This is not just my inability to explain, but also the very nature of postmodernism. As I said, it's an antithesis to something systemic. So it's not surprising that it is all over the place, So that's postmodernism. And there you have another duality, a duality that tries to answer the question of how strong or how much systematization that we should have, something like that. So this is a pretty good representation, like a symbolism for the 2. Modern says onwards and upwards with inevitable progress, and postmodernist just goes blah, 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 right? Which brings us to the postmodernist economics, late 20th and 21st century, basically today. here we have yet another duality, yet another spectrum. On one hand, we have human development economics. This was formulated in the academia, the American academia, if I'm not mistaken, in the 70s or 80s. It had 6 pillars, as you can see: equity, sustainability, blah, blah. So this is more like the postmodern / socially democratic social justice side of the deal. And this here, it's important to note that these values that we see here are very similar to the set of values that almost any corporation today claim to have. You know, if you log on to a corporation page, any of it, and if you would click on the values page, this is approximately what you would see. And also our own values, I guess EESTEC values are somewhat similar. I guess empowerment, we had that. Cooperation, we had something similar. And this is like, again, the social justice part of the deal. And on the other hand, at the other side, you have neoliberalism. This is the word I chose. You can also say consumerism or late capitalism. I mean, there's no really end to all these fancy words, but I chose neoliberalism, which represents the what we inherited from the previous age, from modernism, and it represents the competitive nature of the real life markets, profit-seeking, money-seeking nature of it. So it's kind of like a spectrum between the reality and the ideal. HDE is more ideal in this case, whereas neoliberalism is the reality. But also I should note that I'm not trying to demonize neoliberalism and competitiveness, because it's usually not useful to demonize one end and praise the other all the way up. It's just, there are two sides of the medallion, and the picture that we have today is that we have a global system, global economic system, and a work life that kind of oscillates between the ends of this spectrum, between these two ends, competitiveness and equality. You know, it goes back and forth. And this is the framework in which the self-development industry tries to operate in. So, which brings us to this meme I did. The elephant is, I'm sorry for all the fancy words, but I kind of had to. Social subjectivists, blah, blah. The keywords here, subjectivist and egalitarian. And when you put that together with the competitive nature of neoliberalism, blah, 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 you can read, you get yourself the 21st century self-development industry. Now, is it weird? Absolutely. It's a penguin body with an elephant head. It is really weird, but in its defense, it's useful. I mean, the criticism that self-development industry often receives is that it is cliche, it's superficial, it's contradictory with itself, it's not scientifically backed strongly, if not inaccurate. It doesn't have a rock-solid intellectual background. But again, it doesn't claim to be scientific. It doesn't claim to be intellectual. It just has one goal, and that goal is to help people, right? And it does. I mean, the practical results, the empirical data is out there. It's obvious. Somehow all these books and speeches and coaching systems, it helps people. So it's kind of like, as long as it gets the job done, that's how I see it. And I'm not saying all this to undermine the value of these works and industry and ideas. On the contrary, I was trying to explain the immense complexity of our times. You know, it's just too strange. And in a time like this, in a picture like this, trying to help yourself move upwards and also others around you is even if it is stupid, like I'm not saying it is, but even if it is, it's an honorable act and it's really important. I mean, I'm a part of that industry as well. Like we are trainers, but there is a problem. There is one thing that we need to consider. This industry focuses on only one side of this original spectrum. I mean, it's called self-development, right? Obviously, it covers the individualist approach, and it does help, but the criticism is, the valid criticism is that is it taking away the attention that you should be putting on the red side of the deal? Is it making you too blue, so to speak, right? Because that's the blue side is only one side of the medallion. And are you taking into consideration also the red part enough? Are you being political enough? Are you being too political? That is the $1 million question, but I cannot answer that because it's too complicated. I don't have the answer to that. That is a question I leave to you. And that is where I end my speech words. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Halit, for guiding us in history and giving us perspective, I would say. We still have some time so we can discuss things. I will also...
How long did I take?
No, you take 20 minutes, but we started a bit earlier, so that's fine. I want to remind that there is some time for everybody to ask questions. So I'm gonna be taking the chat, but I want to refer to something that you said. It's actually interesting how we as trainers, but also other people in this industry of self-development, we always say, we give a model, but it's not really universal. So we say it depends on the personality, depends on the person, how you will apply it. So it's really interesting that you said most of these things are not actually scientific proven, right? But still it's worth it. So that was interesting to hear.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have to add. We have a question. Do you like to share how you include the collective approach?
What do you mean, how include? What does it say? It says, how would you include the collectivist approach?
Yes.
I mean, well, I literally said that is not a question I can answer, but for me, what I like to do to include that part is that I'm trying not to stay away from politics. I mean, I'm being an activist, I'm not going in the streets and, running for offices or anything, but I am, following the events. I'm trying to examine, trying to understand these movements. That's it, basically. I mean, stay close to politics and what happens around you and try to make observations, deductions of what's happening, be a conscious citizen, that's enough for me.
And do you maybe have any cool resources where people can search for more? You already shared some books, but they're in general for self-development. So about this whole history, do you have any resources for people that want to learn more?
I had an article. I don't remember though. I don't have the name. I'm sorry, but I can give it to you some other time, or we can publish it somewhere.
Okay, we can give some resources after the webinars.
I think it was called Sham, semicolon, how self-help made America something.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for all these insights. And I see in the chat, someone also wrote that it was kind of a history lesson as well. You gave us a lot of facts.
Well, that was the purpose.
Yes, exactly. So thank you very much. Hope to see you in the future in one of your trainings. And yeah, have a nice rest of the day. If you have some final words or a message you want to give to the people, go ahead.
Not really. I mean, I said all the things that I wanted to say. All right.
Okay.
See ya.
Thank you, Halit. Bye. So here we are again. We will have maybe a longer break this time since we started a bit earlier. And the challenge for you is going to be to take a minute to draw something. You can also draw something unconsciously, you know, not something in particular, but anything that comes to your mind. Just put your thoughts into the paper by drawing some things. It's actually related to our next webinar, so it might help you warm up a bit with your drawing. So see you in 10 minutes approximately for the next one. Hello again. I decided to show what I draw. I hope you draw something as well. This is my creation. It's super random. As I said, I was drawing unconsciously, whatever comes to my mind, just put your thoughts on the paper and feel the creativity as well. For the next webinar, we're going to have Pilar with us. Pilar is from Madrid, and she's going to be talking to us about bullet journaling. I know that she has been experimenting with habits and productivity and this kind of skills for some years. And the tool bullet journal seems to be ideal for her and for many others. So today we're going to learn how we can actually do it ourselves. And we're looking forward for you, Pilar, to tell us your tips and tricks and how we can make this a great success for all of us. So welcome.
Thank you, Jana. May I start or should I wait?
Yes, you can introduce yourself and start whenever you're ready.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. Start presenting. Okay. So as Jana said, my webinar is about bullet journaling, and this organization is tailor-made for you. It's going to fulfill all your necessities because you made it the way you want it. So a quick thing about myself, I am Pilar. I have been bullet journaling for 5 years. I have stopped sometimes because you just don't feel like you have to do it, or you are tired or whatever. You don't have to do it non-stop. In this webinar, I want to show you what is bullet journaling and how can you benefit from this method of organization. Basically, because as I said, you build it yourself. The webinar is full of examples. I have put all of my spreads, all of them are mine, but for some diversity in 2 examples, I have used some from the internet. And in the end, we are going to try out the methodology together. So you will need a pen, a piece of paper, or if you are super hooked, you can already use a journal you have maybe waiting for you at home. Okay, so why should I start a bullet journal? A bullet journal is for you if you need, oops, what happened? Okay. A bullet journal is for you if you need a new perspective, if you have to step out of yourself and have a look from things from another perspective. Sometimes when you write things on paper, you feel like you are seeing them from another side. If you like to reflect on your past, present, and future, as I said, this is a journal you are going to have every day with you. So you can reflect on what do you have to do, what are you going to do in the future, and you can also go back and see what did you do in the past. If you hate using 6 different apps to remember things, like Foursquare for things you want to visit, books, you use the notes of your phone, whatever, like a million of number of apps. And if you like paper and if you like to use paper and just write things you have to do and cross them out, this is also for you. What else? If you like to set goals and track habits, this is also going to be talked in this webinar, how to build a habit. If you want a journal, but you can't keep up because you are not consistent with it. And if you like stationery and beautiful pens, this is not necessary, but I promise you that it helps, and also you feel more motivated when you have color things around. And if you want to be more organized, of course. Okay, so who do we have to thank for this method? Ryder Carroll. He invented this maybe 8 years ago, but he has been using it for many, many years because he was really disorganized. So he invented this, and he said that bullet journal is meant to help you track the past, organize the present, and plan for the future. It's like a planner, a diary, and also, what else did he say? planner. It turns the chaos into a completely organized thing. And he says that the only thing that the bullet journal has to be is effective. That's the only thing, the main point. And a tip from him is that function is over form. It doesn't have to be pretty or beautiful. It just has to be functional for you. You have to like it, and whenever you get to your bullet journal, you have to like what you have done. And if it makes you feel all right how you have it, that's totally fine. It doesn't have to be beautiful. And that's one thing I really would like you to know, that it doesn't have to be beautiful. It just has to work for you. So how do we bullet journal? Okay, so he invented some kind of signifiers you can use in your bullet journal. The task is going with a circle, and there are things you have to do. And he also invented another one for the task, only for them. So if the task is incomplete, you have the circle. If you have completed the circle, you cross it. If you migrated the task, this is, for example, when you say you are going to do your homework for next week and you don't do it. So you may say, like, I migrate this to tomorrow. So you write it again tomorrow. This way helps you to think, okay, so I have migrated this theme 3 times. So I have to do it. Yeah. Or maybe this task is irrelevant. I haven't done it in 3 days. So maybe it's not that important, and you can cross it, the whole thing, and say this task is irrelevant. Events are with a circle but not color, and they are for noteworthy moments. These moments could be something that you like it about the day, or something that you really want to keep it, because as I said, this is like a journal and a diary. So maybe this could be a restaurant that you like it, or I don't know, whatever you want. Okay, I messed up. Events are things that you want to remember, like 7 p.m. I have an appointment, and notes are for things that you want to keep for the future. Okay, and then we have the signifiers down here, the important part, that is an asterisk. You can put this so you can find it in a more fast, and the inspiration for something you really want to keep it inspired. I use other ones. For example, you will see later for birthdays, for things that are important, I use something different than the asterisk and things, but you can find your own index. Here is an spread, an example of mine, where I said I don't use the task, I don't do them as a circle, I use them as a square. And when I finish the task, I normally color it. And if I didn't do it, I cross it. And the ones that I migrated on Saturday here, you can see that I have half of the square is color and the other one is not color. So that is that I migrated. And for example, on Sunday, another kind of half is color. And this means that I did half of it, but I didn't do the full task. You can just find your own as you like it. It doesn't have to be like this, because I did this when I started. This was maybe May last year. And this is December this year, and it's completely different, and it's not as elaborated as the other one because I didn't have time. So I just wrote the names of the month and what I had to do that day. And for example, they are not colored anymore, they have a tick. So it just has to be functional for you. And you have to understand how you do it, and that's the thing that matters. And here on Friday, you can see that I have like a present, and that means it's the birthday of a friend. And that's how I put it. Okay, so a bullet journal is not only about that, about keeping an agenda. You can do a million things with it, and that's kind of the thing I like the most about it. And I want to start with the trackers. in special with the habit tracker. The one on the right is mine, and the one on the left is one from the internet. That is another way of doing it. And why do we want to keep a tracker of our habits, and how do we build a habit? We build a habit with a cue that is obvious. For example, I have here Pilates, and for the cue will be 7 p.m. It's a time of the day, and at 7 p.m. it's a certain time. I say, okay, I have to do Pilates. It has to be easy, an easy task if I want to keep it as a habit. Pilates is easy, doesn't take me too much to do sports. Attractive, it is attractive because I have abs now and I'm stronger, and satisfying, really satisfying because I feel like I have done exercise myself, and I also really like to keep the tracker because I can see how many days I have done Pilates in a month. So I'm like, okay, I have done it like 20 times from 30 days. So that's like a record to me. I'm like, okay, I love to keep the tracker. And that's why I keep the habit tracker, because I want to see how many times in a month I have done the habit I want to build. Another kind of trackers are the mood tracker. I want to say that moods are things that you feel, but doesn't have to be related to something. They are influenced by your surrounding. They are super beneficial to keep track of because it allows you to connect your feelings to what happened during the day. For example, if you are struggling with anxiety, you can recall what happened during the day and how did it make you feel, so you can find your triggers. That is another point. And allows you to see patterns. Like if I'm feeling sad for 5 days, what happened to me during those 5 days that made me super sad, or angry or happy. So you can relate those feelings to something that is going on in your life. So the one on the right is mine. They are Pokeballs because it was a Pokemon theme for the month. And the one on the left is my year in pixels. This is not mine, I don't do it, but some people do it. So you can see your year full of colors, and you can just identify the colors you have done and you have during the year. Other kind of trackers are anything you can think of. For example, I have here the TV shows. Okay, Netflix does this for you, but I like to keep it analog. So if I'm watching something and I want to say, okay, I have watched 12 episodes, or this series has like 100 episodes and I have watched 80 of them. So I'm just that way, and I like to keep it. And I also have these birthdays that I keep for the year. So every month I go back and I read which birthdays I have and I write it in the month. What else? I have bucket list. For example, I love hamburgers places. So in Madrid, I have written all of the hamburgers places I have visited and that I want to visit. I have my summer 2020 bucket list. I have books I want to read, that you can also keep this in the phone, but I like to keep it analog. And I have movies that I want to watch, and whenever I watch it, I color the popcorn down. Another thing you can do are challenges, and keep track of the challenges you put yourself during the month. I want to present you the 100 happy days that I did this twice, so 200 happy days. For 100 happy days, you just have to write down what made you happy that day. And during this time, I realized what it made me happy every day. It doesn't have to be super complicated. It can just be something as easy as going out to eat. You realize how happy and how lucky you are to have the life you have. And you become more positive because you try to see the positive of every day when you have to think about it. And you fall in love with the method and you do it again for another 100 happy days if you like it. Monthly challenges. This can also be as a habit you want to build for the month, and you set yourself a monthly challenge. Each day challenge. There are some, Andriana presented one time to me that you can have a gratitude month, that every time you have to have, every day you think about something you are gratitude for and you write it down. There are some crazy challenges like learn a word every day or sing a song every day or listen to a new artist for a month, learn a new recipe, meditate from 10 minutes. There is just like million challenges you can track and just see it in the future, like, okay, I did this, how did it make me feel, why did I wrote down, and just have everything in one place. That this is the thing that I love the most about bullet journal, that you have everything in one place. You can always go to it and see what do you have in it. And finally, let's try out. So you will need a pencil or a pen and a piece of paper. And as I said, if you have already a bullet journal or a journal you want to try, you can use it. So I think the most important part that I like the most is the habit tracker. So I wanted to design a habit tracker with you. I'm going to do my typical one. We can do it together, or you can try the Magic Pixels, or if you think that you are going to like it in another way, you can do it. Going to start setting. Okay, so here, going to write, okay, I'm going to say it later, but for doing the numbers, I like to use the standard 0.2 or also Pygma Micron, these ones, but you can use any if you want. Okay, let's do it. You can also think about what habit do you want to track. For this month, since it's summer, I want to track reading, Pilates. I want to keep exercising now that quarantine is over. I also want to keep exercising. Also want to track how much do I go to the beach, because I'm really lazy. So I quit going to the beach and start just binge watching Netflix at home. So I want to build as a habit to go every day to the beach. And I want to track how much do I use computer games or play the Switch. This is okay, I didn't say this, but you can also track habits you want to get rid of. I don't want to get rid of playing computer games, but I would like to do it less. So you can also track how much do you do it, so you can stop doing it. And what else do I want to track? Okay, this is hard. Okay. I do like this the month. I write the month, and then with a color, I write the thing I want to track. For example, here I will put reading. Okay. And then I like to color this. And now for the title, I use this tone bow for the Nosuke, but you can use a regular pen. I'm going to turn it around. This style of letters is called, oops, you cannot see it. Maybe like this. Okay. It's called lettering. And normally these pens are used for, and you just have to do thin when you go up and hard when you go down. Okay. So how much time do we have left? 2 minutes. I have only done one of these reading, but I will put here pitch, Pilates, and switch. And now if you want, you can ask me questions.
Wonderful. It's such an inspiration to see your own work with the bullet journal. So thank you for that, Pilar. I am sure that everybody will have such inspiration. Oh, you have also the materials. Okay, that would be.
I wrote down the materials in case anyone wanted
to know.
Go for
it. Go for it.
This notebook is Scribbles That Matter, but I'm also looking for one to the Lightroom brand. Depends are the ones that I said, the Starter Pigma Micron, and I also use a regular pick that everyone has, like this kind of pens. And for the lettering, like I use that for the titles. I use this one, the Tombow Fudenosuke, Tombow Dual Brush, Crayola Super Tips that I don't have any with me. But yeah, as I said, bullet journal doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to be functional and it has to work for you. For me, I just get super motivated when I use colors. So that's why I do it, but it doesn't have to be like that. It just has to be functional and work for you. Thank you. If there is any questions.
That's awesome. And a quick question for the materials. Are those materials pens and pencils that you use easy, like I can find them in any bookstore basically, or I need to order them? Do you have to suggest us any?
The pens, you can buy them in a bookstore. I will say the Tombow brand, it's harder to find because they are Japanese. So you may have to order them then on Amazon, but the rest of them, they are in any bookstore. Like they are normally used for drawing.
So I guess they're special. So I guess you need to search a bit more for them. But this is super insightful. I know that you have been saying, it doesn't have to be pretty, etc. But I think we all share, everybody that is thinking about starting this bullet journal, we may have this thought that what if I start it and I make something, but then it's kind of overwhelming keeping on the same rhythm, because what I was thinking also when starting the bullet journal is that it felt that I need to put a lot of effort into that. So do you have any tip, I don't know, how to change this mindset of making it perfect and putting so much
I say I stopped for a few times, but whenever I feel motivated and I have time, I do the more complicated spreads. But if I don't have time, as I share, I just write the name of the day, and that's all I do. Like Monday, Tuesday, I do a simple spread and I use it because that's what it helps me, like to use the spread, not to make it pretty. Like making it pretty, it's just something that when you go to it, you say, okay, I did this and it's so pretty, I love it. And you feel more motivated to use it, maybe because you spend so much time doing it. But it's not necessary to do it. And yeah, for example, when I have exams, I do the simple things. Like I can show you, because last month was exams month. So it's full white with only, maybe I stop sharing and you can see it more big. It's full white and you can only see the Monday, Tuesday with a yellow circle. And all the things I had to do during the day, one of the mistakes, or maybe not a mistake, I thought I was going to have more time. So I left white spaces so I could draw something, but in the end I didn't. So it's full white and it doesn't matter, because the important part is that I use it for what I needed to do during that time.
Yeah, that's actually what we need to keep in mind. In the end, it needs to be functional and to help us be more productive.
Exactly.
Another question. You said this is like a big benefit of the bullet journal is that you have everything in one place. But what if I don't have my notebook with me? I'm outside, I don't know, somewhere else, and my notebook, my bullet journal is at home. And I need to note down something that usually I would do, with an application or something. So what do I do then?
I normally do use the notes of the phone, and then when I go home, or maybe the next morning, I write it down in the bullet journal. That's normally what I do. But I know some people that have like a little journal they keep with themselves, so they write it there and then they move it to the big one. But it's not so big, it's like a hand. So some people can have it in the purse.
Nice. We have a question from the audience. I see it from Paula from Krakow. Were you filling out the journal each day from the very beginning? Is it?
What do you mean, like?
If it's another habit that you're working on?
Yes, I was filling it from the very first day because I always use an agenda. So moving to this one was tailor-made for me. I could dedicate the space that I wanted for each day. It's not very big. I normally have like 5-6 tasks. So it's not very big. I remember that when I was buying agendas, I would have like a whole page for one day and it was half empty. And I felt so bad because I was like, okay, I didn't do anything today. But it was just because the page was so big that I could write so many things that I was not doing. So I was feeling it from the very first day. That's true. But one habit I wanted to build was doing more crafts in the bullet journal. But as I said, I quit doing that because I wanted to be functional and not focus so much on the crafts. And that took me a while to sink.
Nice, that's wonderful. It's a really creative way to keep up with our habits, and I think it's a great inspiration today for all of us to either go back to it if we did it in the past and it didn't work, or just start it from now on. So thank you very much for sharing all these tips and tricks from your experience.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Pilar.
Bye.
If you have any last message, you can tell us, or you're free.
Let me think. The journals are awesome.
I'm also team bullet journals.
Team bullet journal. Well, I want to say, if there is any guys seeing this, that this is also for you, because I said this doesn't have to be pretty. I know there are some guys that like to draw, but I know a lot of people who see this are super overwhelmed by how many doodles and things I have in mind. So they are like, no, I know I can't keep that. That's awful. It's super overwhelming. I don't want to dedicate time to that. Okay, don't do doodles, but you can use the method of having everything in one place with your to-do list and your index code to keep track of things.
Wonderful.
And that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much. See you, Pilar.
See you.
As usual, we're going to have our short break now. Before our next session, we would like you to note down one thing that you're grateful for, as Pilar shared with us. You can do this also in a monthly basis. So it's a nice challenge to write down one thing for every day that you're grateful for. And our next trainer is going to be Javi. We're going to have him here in a while. So yeah, let's take some break now. All right, we are back. And we have Javi with us, or Javier Antón, if I might call the whole name, which is not even all of it, but at least it's the official one, yeah. So Javi is really interested, as far as I know, in topics such as emotional intelligence, and he has a lot of experience in this field. But today he's going to guide us through finding our direction in life, right? And from the description, we saw that you have to present to us a Japanese model, which I'm not sure if we are aware of it. So I am super curious to listen to you, Javi.
Great, thank you for your kind words. I'm going to present it, to present the slides I have. And yeah, first of all, I would like to thank all of you, all of the people that is involved into this, to the charity of EESTEC, because it's a great initiative to have these days. And I believe this can have like a direction, and it can have like a really positive impact. So welcome to this webinar called What is my reason to be? I'm Javier Antón. As Jana said, I'm a EESTEC trainer. I'm really interested in these topics of emotional intelligence. I have been playing around there and there with it. And I'm also a telecommunications engineer, so I kind of also struggle with objectives and the things that you should do in your life, right? And when first of all, what I would like to do is to ask you to grab some pen and paper. If you don't have and you would like to be environmentally friendly, you can also have your phone, grab your phone, or if you can memorize 3-4 words, it's totally okay if you can. Just to have something for working with it. In this webinar, as it was introduced, firstly, I will guide you through this concept, in Japanese concept. We will get to know it, and then let's play with it a bit so you can have an overview on it. And you can, after this webinar, because it's just a few time, and these models, these kind of processes take more time. So I would suggest you to, after this webinar, to think and reflect about it, even to contact me. I will provide you with my contacts for further development with this. So when I thought which webinar should I propose or should I deliver, the thing is that came up to my mind was the rush. Like, we live in a world that we are always rushing, we are nervous, we are full of stress, and it is visible. We don't have anything for stopping and to think about ourselves and to actually align what we are with what we would like to do, right? And personally, I struggled a lot with it. I'm going to tell you the personal experience that happened to me when I came back from Erasmus. I came back from Erasmus on March 2019, and I came back to Spain with a month of delay with my classes. So many projects to work on, many exams to take, and also the change from living with friends to living with a family. Also traveling, I had to travel more than 1 hour for getting to the university. So it was a pretty hard time for me. And at some point I felt lost. I felt that, what's my reason? Why I'm doing this, right? And I think that many of us has this feeling sometimes, that in this world, this actually open world full of opportunities, we don't know what to do. And hopefully here you will find some clues or some guidance to reach and to find what actually you want to pursue in your life. And what is also really noticeable in this world is that in a world full of stress and full of this kind of rush that I told you, mental health is also really taken into account. So many people suffer from health problems and mentally, and also some kind of heart attacks or whatever. And all of this is caused for this stress and this nervousness that we are currently working. And the thing that I discovered is that actually there are like these blue zones. Blue zones are part of the world where the people live the longest. And there were some studies on how actually they lived longer and why their life was better or like more chilly than ours. And they found really interesting things, which are basically that they have a really well diet. So they are like eating based on plants, and they have also like some physical activities during the day that they keep on doing, maybe like in the agriculture or in some rituals that they have. And also one thing really important for this is that they keep with traditions. They are really into traditions, into the traditional way of doing so, and they have really interesting concepts in their culture. And I'm going to drive you to Okinawa in Japan, and they have a really cool concept in their culture. They live really. This is like a picture from these people in Okinawa living, and as you see, they are always surrounded by friends. They have let's say a community built around them. They dance. They do a lot of physical activities. They are really eating healthy, and what is more important, they have a concept here which is called ikigai. This ikigai is translated to English as the reason to be. And these people actually, in their minds or in their culture, they have this concept for happier living. So there is this concept. So this concept is in the reason why they get up. So for example, for these ladies can be their granddaughter that actually they have. I have also seen some documentals on these people, and they were interviewing an ancient lady, and she was like, the interviewer was saying to the lady that, will you reach the 100 years? And she was like, of course I'm reaching the 100, and of course I'm reaching the 110. So imagine how different is this culture and how is their life, their leitmotif in their lives, so they can have really actually on point goals with their life. And regarding this ikigai, I'm going to explain it a bit, and we will play around, as I said before. So for exemplification it, or like breaking it down into several matters, there's this model that you see in your screen, and basically it is divided into 4 rounds, let's say. So one of it is what you love, the things that actually you like to do, what you are good at, what are your talents in your life, what the world needs regarding the external world, not the inner world, what actually the world in this moment needs, and what can you be paid for. So if we put this all together, if we work in this, try to find the answer for these questions, we can get to know our ikigai. So now I'm going to guide you to a process of trying to reach your ikigai. So I'm recalling you to take those pens and paper that you have in your table or around you, or even your phone or whatever, and you will have 30 seconds for things that you love, things that you are really you actually spend your free time on them. And one thing that actually works for this is to think about what you liked when you were a kid. So imagine when you were a kid, what actually drove you, what was your main activity, was your likes and dislikes. So you have 30 seconds from now, and you can think about this concept that I told you. It can be more than one, so you can have like more than one thing that you love. And now we can move to the circle of what you are good at. So think about your career, your talents. What are you good at really? What exactly you are good, you are better than the others at? Don't worry if you don't find anything, it's okay as well, because it's just a few time. I'm just explaining this model for you to work upon and further this webinar, so don't worry if you don't find anything. Now, let's move to the circle of what actually the world needs. So have in mind the actual situation, the difficult situation we're passing through. So what actually the world needs? What is the main point that the society and the world lacks now? Perfect. So now that we have these 3, I would like you to actually think about some concept that unites and to put them all together. For example, when I went through this model of Ikigai into myself, I had this concept that were traveling, friends, and empathy. So what actually this inspired to you? For example, this concept that you have thought about, what this concept inspires to you, more or less. So now that we have it, I will tell you that for this concept, it's more easy to find what can you be paid for. So if you have found something like I did, traveling, friends, and empathy, I had in mind something like, okay, I can be traveling while working with my friends and doing some empathy workshops as a trainer, for example. So it can be a way that I can be paid for. So you can do the same process. Maybe it can take more time than this webinar for trying to research or to find something that you can be paid for, uniting this concept that I explained. So you can have also 30 seconds if you want to quickly have something in mind. It's okay if you don't have anything. As I told you, you can work after this webinar on it. And this is mainly the concept I wanted to give you in this webinar, that actually trying to reach an ikigai, it's one of the key that can drive your life to a better and to a happier life. If you have your goals in mind, you will feel that you are not lost, and you can actually walk and take a step further into what you love and what you are good at, what actually the world needs, and what you can be paid for. So in this way, I really encourage you to work in this. And I'm also giving you some examples of studies that have been made. So this study was conducted by Koso Tano, Kiyomi Sakata, and more authors, and it was in more than 100,000 people in Japan. So this study suggests that the presence of ikigai as a positive psychological factor reduces the risk of mortality from all causes. So this means that actually people with an ikigai in mind, with a reason to get up every morning, they suffer less from cardiovascular disease and heart attacks and mental health. So it is actually a really powerful tool that I wanted to give to you. And there are also more studies like this one conducted by Toshimasa Sone and Naoki Nakaya, also in Japan, to more than 40,000 people. And in this study, they conclude that subjects who did not find a sense of ikigai were associated with an increased risk of all-cause mortality. So with these things, I want to give you the message that actually investing time in your self-development, in what you are doing now in these webinars, in like going through these webinars and try to take something out of them, is actually productive. So investing time in what it's productive for you, and to try to reach your goals, and to try to find who are you and what is your reason to be, it's actually a good step for having a happier life and having healthier and better, let's say, mood and so on. So this was the message that I wanted to give you, and also that the Ikigai model should be a process that you should work on. So nothing is now said, because 30 seconds for thinking about what these things are really so few. So I'm encouraging you to actually practice through this and to invest time in this. So thanks for listening. If you have any questions, I really would love to have them. If you want to further develop into this Ikigai model and to find some guidance from me, that I have been working with it along, you can find me in Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, or by mail if you want to contact me in a formal way. And I would be really happy to help you in this process, or at least to actually give you some tips and inputs for further developing. So hopefully you will be less lost. I'm still lost a bit, but still all working on it. Just it takes some time. So thanks a lot for listening, and yeah, this is from my side.
Thank you very much, Javi. I actually got feedback that many people knew it already, so maybe it was only me that I didn't heard it before. And that's why I was super surprised by the potential this model can have for us. It's detailed, and it also gives, what I liked is that it gives you the perspective of the world as well, not only what I want and what I need and what I can do, but also what the world needs. So that was lovely. Also, I was surprised that I saw one of the places being in Greece, that you live longer. So I'm happy for that. I can maybe travel there. Wonderful. Let's see if we have some questions. So far, I don't see something. A question from me would be similar to the other models. How often is it? Because this model is something that doesn't seem to change a lot through our lives. So do you suggest to review it and evaluate it, what we feel there often, or what's your opinion?
Totally, because okay, maybe it won't change from day to day, but it has huge difference from epochs of our lives, right? So it's totally different when we are students and we are in our fourth year of masters or whatever, and you are going to this professional world. That is what happened to me, that I had to evaluate on it because I was lost and I didn't know how to face this epoch or this period of my time. And also, I think that, for example, for these ladies that were in Japan, their ikigai was only their granddaughter. So it's actually changed from their lives, having kids, having interaction with people. So yeah, I would say that you should reevaluate it after a while. It can help you to get to the further step if you are lost and so on, but totally encouraging you to get reevaluating on it.
Okay, okay, makes sense. There is some more personal question, let's say, from the audience. So let's hear that. What is the first thing you think when you wake up in the morning that motivates you? Um, do you have something you think about usually or that you do usually first thing in the morning and gives you
Yeah.
motivation?
So for example, for me, uh, besides exams and the alarms that you should, take out when you wake up, one of the things that I wake up is to work or to have these things on trainings. I love to work with people, and these years from when I graduated in T4T, I got more inspired into education and into help others. So one of my main reasons to actually wake up is to further develop myself and also to help others through education. So I'm in several processes and associations on education, and yes, it is one of my main reasons to actually contribute to these groups and so on. If you want to also find like more personal, actually my family is one of my biggest supports in this. I'm also like not every morning, because I see them when I wake up, but it's actually also a good way to wake up your beloved people.
Yeah, I guess the fact that you have found, let's say, your mission in life really helps you identify your motivation every day. This that you want to contribute to people's education, and yeah, that's lovely. Let's see if we have any more question or we can slowly close. By the way, how did you find this model? Did you search it in a book or online? What's your resources?
So I got to know this model preparing a training last year for SSA Madrid on how to find your goals and so on. Actually, a person from a company from Vodafone, I think, or BV from a bank here in Spain, told me about this model, and I was curious on it and still research on it. I was through this process that I told in the webinar, and I got to know it, and then I went to also a training from a friend of mine to work on it and to get more insights, and actually totally made sense because of what you said, actually, that combines yourself with the outer world. That I think it's really nice to have an overview of what's happening surrounding you, because you are also a part of a society and of a network. And from this I started researching. There are books as well, and there are like this research that I have been founding. So if you want also these resources, I can send them to whoever wants. So yeah, basically this is how I get to know the concept and start working on it.
All right. Thank you for sharing this. Okay, I don't see other questions, so I would like to thank you very much for introducing this model to all of our audience here, and I hope people will start using it. Hopefully more and more of us will discover this direction we want to have in our life. I think that's something that stresses out a lot of people, myself included, so having something to work on it's beneficial. And yeah, do you have any last words for us?
Thanks a lot for the people who listened, for the people who organized this, for the people who is involved in this. And yeah, hopefully there will be more editions of this because I think it's really awesome. And thanks. I have only gratitude words. So yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye
See you.
bye.
Bye bye. All right, another webinar is over, and let's see what we have next. As Javi was saying, taking care of our health and our well-being is important. And our next webinar is going to shift the perspective a bit because it's about well-being, but about the digital well-being. Since many of us are probably engineers and we spend a lot of time on our computers, we will see next by Sebastian, what does it mean to be digitally well? And not forget to take care of ourselves, as we mentioned from the very morning. So the challenge for this break is for you to go and wash your hands really well to maintain your health at a high level. So see you for the next webinar. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. In this next webinar, it's our trainer. It's going to be Sebastian. He's from the 10th generation of trainers, and he's also a computer engineer. So he's going to tell us more about digital stuff and more into computers and how we can maintain our well-being towards this aspect. The truth is that Sebastian couldn't be together with us, but we will be watching his webinar asynchronized. So I'm going to share it with you and he's going to explain everything. So get ready, and Sebastian is going to go live in a minute.
Welcome everybody to this webinar. I'm really happy to have you here. My name is Sebastian Skoczeń and I'm going to be your host during the next dozen of minutes talking about digital well-being. Who am I? Well, I'm a soft skills trainer in EESTEC. I'm also a master's in computer science since a few weeks. And I've been working for the past 3 years heavily remotely with international teams, multiple sizes of those teams. On over 50 digital. Welcome everybody to this webinar, which adds up to more than 15,000 hours working with a computer, including my studies as well. I gathered some experience and I just wanted to share it with you. Hopefully you're going to find something useful. So what we're going to be talking about today? Well, 3 things. First thing, what is digital well-being itself? Second thing, how does it influence our lives? So what is the impact of it? And where can we find it? And finally, we're going to be talking about what can we do about it. So I'm going to share with you some things that I found out that works for me and that you might also try to incorporate in your life. Maybe it's going to help you. I really do hope so. Why digital well-being? What's the deal with it? Well, a few reasons. First thing is that nowadays the technology that surrounds us is everywhere. We cannot quit it. I remember my sister a couple of years ago, she tried completely to quit Instagram and she quit it. For 1-2 years it was possible. However, for the longer run, she quickly found out that without this platform, her artistic visibility is much lower and it's highly impacting her in this artistic world. And it's very similar with other areas of our life. If you think about banking, before you used to go to a bank to change your PIN to make a transfer. Nowadays you can do that all throughout your smartphone. It's very quick, it's very easy, snappy. You probably can very frequently see elderly people who are not used to this and they do not trust this technology to still go to the bank and perform these actions. And you're probably thinking, wow, how much quicker I can do that with the phone. It wouldn't really make sense to give up this functionality, this possibility. Another thing is online shopping. Especially nowadays, a lot of people are converting into shopping online rather than physically going to a store. And this is also changing very much the way how we are interacting with the digital devices and how much time we are also spending using them to perform everyday actions. More and more actions from our everyday life is being converted into those devices, and it's very important to notice it and to actually do something about it. And finally, a change that I observed when I was talking with the older generations, they're mentioning the very same thing. So when they were studying, for example, it wasn't expected from them to have access to information right away in this very second. When they have been given a task, they usually had a week to go to the library to check up some information and to build up their work, their thesis, whatever was it. And nowadays, usually the tasks that we are given are for tomorrow. And why? Well, this is exactly because of all of this technology that is surrounding us that enables us to do some of the things much quicker. If I would ask you how much time do we spend every day on average on the internet, I'm very curious, how much would you say? Because in fact, it's over 6 hours. In fact, it's actually almost 7 hours. 6 hours 42 minutes to be precise every day on average. A human on planet Earth is spending on the internet, and this is just the internet time. So if you add up the TV, if you add up other devices such as smartphone, tablet, playing games, this is going to add up to much more time being spent in the digital world. So this is an issue because it consumes quite a lot of time from our lives, and it needs to be addressed as well. And finally, one of the concepts about computer, which I really like, is that it's just a tool. It's the same tool as a hammer, as an axe, that if used properly is going to help you a lot in what you're doing. It's going to also enable you to do things that before you weren't able. Nevertheless, if you're gonna use it in not intended way, how it was designed to be used, you're gonna find the computer to be a blocking factor in what you're trying to achieve, what you're trying to do. And this is a very frequent thing that people are telling me, that the computers are great, but they often are not really intuitive, and they're actually like a wall between you and your goal. This is something that we're going to be also addressing during this webinar. Okay, let's talk a bit about what is digital well-being. There are many definitions. I wouldn't say that there is a standard definition about it. It's still a very fluid, very recent term. It's raised a few years ago, and it's now growing in popularity because we're seeing more and more, we're seeing clearly that all of these devices are influencing our lives and our health, both mental and physical, in a very significant way, and they need to be addressed. And we have to find ways how to reduce this influence while keeping up the possibilities and the capabilities that these devices are opening in front of us. I would say the most common part that is showing up in the definitions of digital well-being is exactly this. So this is a domain that considers the influence of technology on our mental and on our physical health. And this is going to be our scope. We're going to narrow it down to the computer itself, since my experience mostly considers using the computer, and this is something that I can give you during this webinar, some tips and tricks how you can improve your interaction with the computer, and how can you improve your time spent in the digital world looking into the screen, because it adds up. If you spend 15 more minutes every day on what you're doing, it's going to add up to hours, to days, to weeks in a scope of the next few years. So it's really good to take care of it, and I'm really happy that you're here because, well, it means that you want to do something about it. So let's talk how can it be improved. The next few slides are going to be considering Very trivial, what you might think and how it might appear, very trivial things that can be done. Some of the things probably you do know already, maybe most of the things. However, there are a lot of things in our lives that we do know, we do accept, we are aware of them. However, we're not doing anything about this. And with this webinar, I hope that it's going to change and that you're going to take an action and you're going to quickly see how much of an impact it has on your everyday work, on your working habits and on your working efficiency. So first thing, as I said, very trivial, very straightforward, but a silence mode. Every one of us have a smartphone, and every one of us have a silent mode on the smartphone. Yet, for some very weird reason, we're not using it that much. We're using it maybe when we're going to a religious place. We're using it when when we're entering a plane because of the law. However, we're not taking a full potential out of this very simple feature, yet very powerful. When we're working and when we're constantly receiving these notifications from WhatsApp, from Messenger, from Twitter, from your news platform, some announcements from your university groups, some emails, you name it. All of these things are bombarding us every second, and it's very tough to focus on the task, on what you're doing, while you're having this mess all around. So the very simple thing that you can do is just turn the silent mode on for the next 1 or 2 hours and really focus on what you're doing right now. Be present and not thinking about other people at this moment, not thinking about other matters that are somewhere out there. They're not gonna run away. You can trust me on this one. They're gonna stay there for even after these 2 hours, and you're gonna be able to do very efficiently the work that you're intending to do with the computer. So, well, first things first, silent mode on. The second thing, I would say it's arguable because it depends on your perspective on it. The desktop itself. So what's very useful for me, what I found out that is really boosting my time in the digital world, is to have a clean desktop. So not really looking as this, a metaphorical picture, but more like this. Not really looking like the one on the left side. That probably might reminds you of your desktop, and more looking as the one on the right side, ready to go. The thing here is, if you're gonna keep your desktop ready for your next task, you're gonna quickly find that you do not need to do any additional work before that. So you also have the workspace for your next task, and this is what the desktop is about. It's not about keeping your files on it. It's more to have a space to work with some files, considering your particular task that you're doing right now. It's similar to your desk at home. It's not used. It's not supposed to be used as a storage place, as a storage room. Its purpose is for you to have a space to work on a particular thing that you're working right now. That's why it should be kept clean, both in your real life and both virtually. And you're going to quickly see that by keeping it clean, your productivity is going to erase dramatically. And because of that, you're going to spend less time looking at the screen, less time on the computer. You're going to be less frustrated with inability to find the files on your desktop. And additionally, one side effect that also cleaning your desktop has is that the boot time of your machine is going to improve. Yes, it does improve the boot time of your machine. So have it in mind. and try it out. Maybe it's going to help you. It definitely helped me as well. Another thing is closing the tabs. Well, we were talking about the focus, we were talking about all these distractions that are bombarding you every second. And when you're working on a particular activity, of course, there might be some research activity that requires from you to open a lot of tabs. Nevertheless, trying to keep it low, trying to keep the number of the tabs in your browser low helps you also to focus on these few things that you're doing at the time. Breaking down the huge task into smaller pieces and focusing on the smaller pieces one at a time is a very, very good practice. That personally, for me, I totally cannot work in such environment as you can see on the screenshot. It's not even readable if you look at it. The only thing that you can see is the ability to close the tab, and that's it. You cannot really read what's in there. And trying to find the proper tab in all of this is really, really annoying. And it takes, again, your time, your frustration, your energy. So another thing that you can do to feel good in the digital world is to reduce the number of the tabs and to break down your task into smaller pieces and work with, I would say, maximum 5-8 tabs being open. It's going to dramatically improve your productivity. You're going to quickly see that. And it also helps you to focus. It's similar with the notifications. They're distracting you. Multiple tabs being open, they're distracting you as well. And this is something that we're trying to reduce here. All right. The next thing that I would like to share with you is the structure of the files. Here you have the screenshot from my desktop from some structure that I inserted in my external hard disk drive. So as you can see, I'm using a very simple, let's say, division. So I divided first the files on my hard disk drive into the types. So the documents, you have music, you have movies, you have different things. And inside of the documents, you have the different categories. So for example, the first one is my university. You have also EESTEC and other things. Within the university folder, you have the semesters, and within these semesters, you have the folders with the subject. And this very simple structure allows you to very quickly navigate to the precise files that you're searching for without the need of remembering all of the names. Human brain is not perfect regarding remembering things. It's really good regarding remembering patterns. It's good regarding matching patterns and processing this information, but it's not perfectly made for storing dry information such as the file name. So keeping such structure is much more natural for the human brain as well, because it's a pattern. It's some kind of a path that is much easier to remember for you than just the name of the file. Except from that, when you're working with thousands, 10,000s of files, it's literally impossible to remember all of them. So try to use some kind of a structure, use the structure that works for you. Doesn't have to be necessarily this type of structure. Use something that is gonna be natural for you, but keep it in mind to organize your files, because you're gonna quickly find that this reduces the time that you're searching for something from matter of hours into matter of seconds, and it's a huge productivity boost. Speaking of remembering, speaking of memory, we used to have to remember a lot of information. Not anymore. You can actually leverage your smartphone, your computer, your tablet, and use it as the storage of information. And I personally use it for the to-do list. This is actually a screenshot not from my Keep account. But I found that to-do lists are helping me quite a lot regarding the organization of my work. not to forget about anything, and to be able to prioritize also what's important at the moment. I'm using Google Keep, the same thing that you can see currently on the screen. There are a lot of different tools, so use whatever works for you. I'm using this one particularly because it's simple, and it doesn't require from me a lot of effort to use it when you think about it. It just does its job done. So I can recommend you this one definitely. The next thing, and the last thing that I would like to share with you, and this is less digital, this is more physical one now, is your working environment in a more physical sense. So this is the picture of my working environment that I'm currently talking to at the moment. And this is very, very important for your eyes, for your spine, for your entire body. And believe me, when you're working hours a day, and as we saw, we are spending quite a lot of time in front of the screen every day, your body is going to feel it very, very strongly after a couple of weeks, after a couple of months. And these changes that are happening in your body are going to stay for the rest of your life. So taking care right now of it and investing a little bit into an ergonomical working setup can really save you a lot of pain, a lot of money in the future, and a lot of time again. So think about also adjusting how your working setup looks right now. I'm not talking about buying a new computer, buying a new screen or something, but trying to use what you're working with in the most ergonomical way, so that it helps you to keep the proper posture, so that it helps you to keep your eyes on the proper level, so that it doesn't emit too much blue light. Maybe you have an application on your phone or computer that allows you to reduce this blue light in the evenings. It highly affects our sleeping habits, our sleeping schedule, and it's a very good practice to do so. So also keep in mind and think about this working environment, because if you're going to make it ergonomical, it's going to also help you to stay focused for longer. You're going to be much less tired even after hours of working. And that's it from these few tips. We're heading to the end of the time, so let's do a small recap. So first, use the silent mode on your mobile. It was created for you. It was created for you to use it, and it's going to help you stay focused. Keep your desktop clean. Another thing for you to remember to keep your tools ready to be used. Sharpen your desktop to be used at any moment, and you're going to quickly see that it's going to be also easier for you to engage into a task because it won't require from you that much effort. It's going to be much easier. Close these tabs. This is something that really ruins your focus, and again requires from you spending much more time on trying to find them. Make a structure in your files. This is something that's going to save you a lot of time in searching the files on your computer, but also, for example, on your Google Drive or your OneDrive, if you're keeping files there, it can save you hours every week, I would say. And use to-do lists. You don't really need to remember everything, so the to-do lists are a very good way to go and to remember about all of this stuff, to take them out of your head, and be very calm that you're not going to forget about them. This is also kind of a clearing up of your mind before you're engaging into the task, and it helps you to focus as well. And finally, arrange an ergonomic setup. Your body is going to thank you for that in a matter of years. And for the end, what I would like to tell you is try to take one of these things that you saw before during this webinar and focus on one of these things to improve. Do not take all of them. Don't try to implement all of them at once. Maybe do it every week for the next 1 or 2 months, and try to incorporate one of these things that I mentioned before, and you're going to quickly see the results, and you're going to quickly see how dramatically your digital well-being is improving. And remember, focus on improvement itself of these aspects of your computer interaction, not the ultimate goal. So do not focus to have a perfect ergonomical setup and spend a lot of money on it. Focus on improving what you are currently working with right now, and step by step you're gonna get into your dreamed ultimate goal. Sadly, this is just a video because I wasn't able to be with you live here during this webinar, but if you have any questions, I'm going to be more than happy to answer them all. You can contact me via my email, skoczeń@gmail.com, and I'm at your disposal, so contact me whenever you like. Thank you very much for listening.
And this was Sebastian. As he mentioned, he couldn't be with us today, but we thank him a lot for all these practical tips that he gave us in order to maintain a better living with our computers and systems that we work with. So you heard him. If you have any questions, I already saw one question in the chat. Feel free to approach him. We will also forward any question that we received to him, and he will be happy to discuss more with you. Now we're going to have another break, and then we're going to be inviting our next trainer, who is going to give us some more practical tools, but I'm not going to spoil that a lot. I'm going to leave you to have your break. So see you in a while. Here we are. I hope everybody grabbed your favorite snack. You're gonna need it because we have work to do. Alvaro is going to guide us through a tool that we all use, and I think we all want to get better to that. And I know that he has a lot of experience with presentation skills and especially with PPTs. So we're looking forward to hear your insights, Alvaro.
Thank you very much, Anna. I'm very happy to be here. First of all, I will introduce myself. My name is Alvaro Escribano. I'm from Madrid and I'm 23. I'm about to finish my studies in like a month or so, and in all my life I've always been this kind of nerd that loves doing the presentations, that is at class like me, ask me, and things like that. So at some point I also got into design and things like that, and that's when PPT, when I got to say like I want to get better at this, and I started doing research, I worked a lot on it, and that's what I'm here for. I'm not a complete master of it, but I'm just here to help you with some different tips that I've observed that people might need and will help them in their whole progression and make your projects and everything look much better. Okay. So my first statement is this: PPTs are awesome. I guess we can all agree on that, or do we? In my opinion, PPT is a very powerful tool that can actually support you, help you express your idea, be more productive and everything. But if used right, if used wrong, it can change into the other side. Your ideas may get confusing. Your audience will not be really engaged into it and will be completely confused and not understanding what's going on. And the issue there is that you have put effort into doing a PPT in order to help you, but it's actually having the opposite effect. And it's really sad because it's not showing ideas how you wanted them to. So initially, after this short explanation, we're going to offer what are PPTs for. PPTs are a very useful tool that is it has these main three focuses, in my opinion. First of all, it is for support. It is there to help you. It is there to make your explanations easier, to have a flow, everything. It's going to help you a lot. Also, sometimes an image is worth 1,000. It's more worth than 1,000 words or something like that. You know what expression I'm saying. I just got it. That's the issue there. Sometimes if you place a picture, it's much easier to translate a complete idea rather than explaining there for 5 minutes a complete graph or the evolution or something. If you place an image, it's going to help everyone. Everyone is going to understand it, and it's going to be quite productive, effective. Everyone is going to know it, and it's going to help you a lot. Because if you were doing that with your own words, it would be much, much difficult. As a trainer, I've done with different cardboards and color papers, and trust me, it's not as easy sometimes. And lastly, it's for the audience. PPTs are going to help the audience follow the complete presentation.
You haven't shared with us your presentation.
Sorry?
I think you haven't shared with us
your that's the issue there. Yeah, I'm 3 slides into it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
This is super bad. Okay, sorry. Okay. Guys, can you see it now?
Yes, now we can see. I figured that you're using a PPT,
awesome.
Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, exactly. I was doing it.
Okay, awesome.
So anyway, this was the small joke I had at the start, this transition. And I was in this slide. As I was saying, they are for support, they are for visualizing, and lastly, they are for the audience. The audience are the ones receiving all the ideas, and sometimes it's not as easy to transfer everything. So that's the thing. They are there for you. They are there for you to listen and understand everything. And this is going to help them be on their chairs, understanding all the different ideas that you want to transmit. And lastly, it's also going to stimulate them, because sometimes depending on the different conditions of the presenter or the room, everything, it's not going to be as easy to follow. But if you sparkle from time to time different ideas to their minds, it's going to help them follow and be there with you. Okay, so this is one key idea that everyone needs to have in their mind, and is that you are the protagonist of this presentation. They have asked you to present this. They haven't asked for a complete report on the activity you have been doing or a project. They haven't asked for a report, and they have not asked for an album of pictures. They have asked you to present the content. And the content, most of the effort and the content and the value is on you. It's not on the PPT. It doesn't matter if you have the best PPT ever, that if you are not there to support it and complement it and do a perfect mix, it's not going to work. I mean, the key idea is that you can present without a PPT, but the PPT cannot present without you. So have this in mind, that it's not going to do everything having a really nice PPT or the idea is really clear there. It's going to complement you and make everything more effective, but it's not going to do it by itself. Okay, so ready to start. Most people, when they start working on a PPT, they say, okay, so I need to do this PPT for class or for whatever, PowerPoint or Google Slides, new project, blah, blah, blah. In my opinion, that's not the best way of doing it. First of all, you need to have a really solid content behind it and have a clear mind of the different ideas you want to express to your audience. And from that point, start putting them in the right order, having a why for each idea that you're going to have. Why should I talk about this in my presentation? Because it's related with this, and that. And have all that content in your mind, not do the content at the same time that you do PPT. That's not going to be productive. And once you have all this content in your mind, you have a clear why of what are the elements and the order that they should follow. Then you go to what I say in the first step on the most procedures that I do, that is prototyping your slides. This may sound really weird, but it actually works. I didn't do it at first, but now I'm such a nerd of it. Say, okay, so I have these different ideas. Let's say, how do I want to present them? For this graph in my state of art of my thesis presentation, I want to place this. I want to place a graph that is going to help me understand everything. For this and so, I want to put 3 icons and write them down with a short description on the bottom. Or I just want to put a picture in the complete slide, because at the same time, I can talk about the concept. And as you notice, I said because in all those elements. Don't put elements because they look cool. That's not going to help. Audience is listening and is trying to do their effort to receive everything that you want to transmit. Transmit things that are going to be valuable for them. The presentation is for them. So every element needs to have a why. Now I'm going to show you for a quick example. This was for my master's, my degree, the thesis I presented for my degree. And these are like the slides that I did prototyping them. See, with the different ideas, what was I going to talk about in all of them, the different graphs and things. This was one of the first time that I did it, and it was super helpful. And you don't know how much, because everything was in place, everything was clear. And from there, finding the different pictures, the fonts, the template, everything was much easier. So once you have this prototype, you can go and search for inspiration. This inspiration is going to help you a lot in the sense of, I have these ideas, I want to present them more or less like this. It's a prototype, it's not the final product. But I want to have 25 slides with these different elements, with this flow, with this order. Now I go and search for inspiration, because you need to have all these visual elements, you need to be creative, so you need to be to create that spark that is going to blow your mind. It's going to blow everyone's mind. Well, there, we are in an era that we have information everywhere, like literally everywhere. Why not go into Google? Google, you can search anything, pictures, whatever about the topic. It doesn't need to have a special PPT thing. If you want to say, how can I place these different ideas that I want to do? I highly recommend Slides Carnival and Slides Go, that are 2 web pages that have plenty of free PPT templates and Google Slide templates with a lot of cool elements that is gonna bring some sparks in your mind and is gonna bring that creativity that we want to have. And lastly, anywhere. If you want to have, if you are going to do a project on some technology or a supermarket, why not go to a supermarket and see a supermarket and gather ideas from them? With all these ideas and mind that is blowing on all over the place, you can start thinking about the creation of it. And then there is a debate here, is templates. Should I use a template? Yes, no. There are 2 options. The easy one, easy/lazy, which is, okay, so there are thousands of templates in the internet. Let's search for one that more or less fits with me and work from there. That's the most productive way. But also, and being productive is very important, especially if you don't have the time. If you have to present it tomorrow, go for a template, search it somehow and work on it. But it's not going to allow you to be as creative as you may want, and the ideas may not fit perfectly in that template. If you find the perfect template for your presentation, of course, but if not, it's not going to be completely the full potential of your ideas and your creation. If you want to go pro, you can do a template from scratch. I myself done it quite a lot of times. Also, if you want to go pro, you can go to these different sources that I said and pick different elements from here and there and make a template from it. You can make them converge into a similar style or something, but takes the different elements from here and there, and that will help. An example of this was a presentation that I did on my master's. My is an IoT master, but it was a project focused on creating an IoT solution for bees. And for example, I made this template my own because I thought about bees, and it was like, okay, yellow and black, these are gonna be more or less my palette, and white. Then these hexagons, I saw them in some PPT template and how to present it and everything, and I took it from here and there. So it's not that hard, but it requires some effort from your side and some time to spend on it. I completely understand that there are some people that loves it and people that don't, but that's my opinion. Okay, from here we move into the next step. From now it's gonna be a bit of more in the pro version, because this sometimes is already done in templates. But in case anyone wants to follow my example, they can do it with these sources. Okay, so whenever you have your ideas ready, you have some inspiration, and you can have maybe a template or a prototype of a template. Let's decide the fonts. The fonts are a key element because it's gonna put ideas explicitly there. Like if you want to write icons, it's gonna have icons. If you want to write Bluetooth, it's gonna write Bluetooth, and people is gonna see it instantly. But the thing is that there are many different fonts around, and my approach here is to actually do some research in your own computer. That is gonna be thousands of fonts in a web page that I recommend, which is called thatfont.com, that has thousands of free fonts that you can download, and Google fonts that also those are quite cool. From all those fonts, decide a style. Like if you want to look elegant, or you want to look like a history, so you can have a more Gothic version of a font, or if you want to look quite modern and cool, and you can go for those in Google Slides in Google Fonts. They have a lot of those and things like that. Like for example, the ones I'm using. I don't want to look like an old person presenting on a PPT. I want to look quite modern, but stable and not so confusing. That's the style I decided, and I took 2 to 3 fonts, and that's all. And for here, this is something that is really important. Decide on those fonts and be consistent. Why? Because if not, you're going to confuse your complete audience. Have the same fonts for the titles, have the same fonts for the body. If you want to do a diagram, have another font, and try to use them in the same way, because if not, people are going to get confused on the meaning of that word that is written there. A very clear example of it here. It looks really like just changing this slide like this, it looks so confusing, and at least for me, it makes me a bit nervous, because it's like, what's the meaning? Why did it change it? Does it have a meaning in the visualization? No, I was just using it to play with it. That's the thing. And that's all about the fonts. And this is something that I don't know how to express it anymore, and people keep on doing it. So please do not write everything you are going to say in this slide. Thank you. This is something really important, and people should really take it seriously. It's not a report. This is not visual, and actually it has an even worse effect than, I mean, people are completely going to understand what you are saying there, but they're gonna lose the focus on what the people is, on what the presenter is saying, because they're reading and they're focused on that. So take this slide and print it and put it right next to you whenever you are working on your presentations, because it's probably gonna help. Okay, so the next step, we have our fonts, we have our prototype template, we have all our ideas in order. Let's go for the colors. The colors are a really important element, and many people say, like, why do you use colors? Okay, so to look good. Not exactly. Colors is also an element that is gonna help you express your ideas in the way you want to put it. There is a complete huge theory you can research in the internet about the different colors and what they mean. And in my opinion, focusing on what you want to express, you need to do some research. Okay, so I want to do like the project we're doing is creativity, is all of that, is purple. But if I want to do something really more into confident, into secure, like for example, my degree thesis was completely blue because that's what I wanted to transmit. If you're doing something about the environment, nature, green is gonna help. Okay, and do all this research about the colors and what you really want to express with your project. And from there, think on what to express. Okay, I have it clear. I want to have this kind of a style and put this in my audience mind. And choose a main color. And from that main color, that is gonna be full of it in your presentation, build a palette with it. Because that way you are gonna do everything very coherent and the colors are gonna match properly and you're not gonna have this high contrast and the decisions is hard. Sometimes the thing about the what to express is not ideal because, for example, if you are part of a brand or something, you have already pre-made colors that you need to use. So it's about finding the more effective way to use them. My recommendation about building a palette called Colors. It's a really cool webpage. And for example, I'm not gonna lie, but you've probably seen this kind of presentation today. I made a template and I took the initial color that was the main, which was the royal purple, facilitated by our TRT team board. And then I said, okay, I need two colors to play with that are gonna be really easy to use. I took white and I took that charcoal because that charcoal is not as high contrast with a full black. And then I said, okay, I need something in order to make something to pop up or be very visible, and orange. Something very important to mention here is that if you are working on online presentations, choose tones that are not very hard. Like this one that I have here, which are kind of like pastel, I think is the word. That are really soft in shade and not high contrast. It's gonna help everyone to see it and it's not gonna hurt their eyes. So they're gonna be able to pay attention more time. This is not about the colors. Now, whenever you're using colors, really think about them and where you place them. This could be a perfect a perfect example of a way not to do things. Even if you decide the palette that may be hard to play with, think about what you are doing and see it. You want the elements to be all seen at the same time, and you cannot actually see the wave and read everything at the same time because it's confusing and there is too much contrast between them. But if you put it white, I mean, the slide is not the best one ever, but you can do everything matches and you can see that there is a palette of blue and white. So you can actually play with it. Okay, next step, images. Images are a really key element because, as I said earlier, they're more worth than 1,000 words. So these are 3 examples of how not to do things. Having a poor resolution, having sharp edges in your picture, and pictures that have a white background or something like that, leave with the background. See the contrast when I play, click next. Oh, this is the same picture with a nice resolution. It's not that hard to find pictures that actually have a nice resolution for this. You just need to spend the time and the effort. I highly recommend the webpage Ans Plus. It is a webpage that has thousands of free non-copyright pictures that you can use in almost anything. And it's really, the interface and everything is really cool. The next thing is the borders. Instead of having those sharp edges, it's so easy. It's 2 clicks to put it as a high edge. In the first one with the trees, I just put it around the round rectangle and it looks much better. In the next one, I just made it a circle and actually put some white borders to make it look a bit more fancy. And in the next one, it was with a background. I just searched for PNG Coca-Cola instead of Coca-Cola, and it looks super cool now. In case the picture is not available without the background, you can go for Photoshop or Photopea. But actually, if it is really known, probably there will be a PNG version, or you can do some magic and play around with your picture. So this is the contrast in case you want to see it again. This is all about images, about logos. Logos are awesome, in my opinion. I'm very biased here because I use them a lot. But why are they? They are a really useful resource. They are simple because they are straight an idea. It's not an idea with a background and different elements and objects. It's just an idea. Like, for example, that emoji says that you are happy and in love with logos. They're flexible in the sense of there are thousands of logos around that you can play around with them, and it's really easy to, and they are really easy to use because you can put them around, place them, move them around. They are PNG, so the background is not a problem. And the next is that they're very valuable for diagrams. Diagrams is a way of connecting ideas and even storytelling. So why not using these simple ideas, connect them really easily with a couple of arrows that isn't going to confuse anyone, and connect them. But lastly, once again, be consistent with them. Choose a style of logos, use them properly, aligned, more or less in the same positions, because that way the audience is going to catch your flow, catch your things, and it's going to understand where the ideas are placed. If you're moving everything around continuously and the slide is not clear, it's going to be confusing. Web pages I recommend, flat icon. This is my best friend whenever I'm in my projects, when I present in projects. All the icons in this PPT have been taken from there, and you can edit them, the colors and everything is just incredible. Draw.io, there for doing different diagrams. It's super useful, not only for PPTs, for any diagram that you may need. And Google, if you go to Google Images, search for PNGs, logos, it may take you some time, but you will find something that works with you. Okay, so those were more or less my tips and ideas to do. So what now about you? My recommendation is whenever you go through this, I recommend you to do some like a short PPT of yourself or something like that, really easy. It's the time for you to start working on it. Like have these ideas in mind and do the effort. Keep on working on it. Try the effort to do your presentations this way. And at some point you will start having your own style because you will discover what do you like and what works with the people and find the win-win situation there. As you can see here, I have a very defined style with my icons, with my backgrounds, everything like that, because it's how I like them. And I look at this PPT and I'm completely in love with it because you need to be in love with your own creations. So that's the thing. If you put the effort, you will at some point have your own style, progress a lot, and doing all these PPTs, templates, everything is going to be super easy. Like I used to spend much more time, and now it's really simple to do it. From my side, that's kind of all. Thank you all for listening to me. I hope it wasn't too bad and for the problem at the start. And if you have any questions, it is the time.
Wonderful. Thank you, Alvaro. I see some comments here that people like your online visuals. So you should be proud of that. Yeah, I will say in this last thing that you said, you have to be in love with your creation. I think that's the most important part, to embrace your style, not trying to be someone that you're not, but at the same time, take care that this is something your audience, it's appropriate for your audience as well. So as you said, find the win-win situation there. So that's really cool. One question for you, actually 2 questions. How many PPTs have you built and how many templates? Alex is asking.
About templates. Okay, I started to get obsessed. Like I used to search for a template and do small modifications and that's all, like something that was already done. I started to get a bit obsessed with all these do your own thing and everything. When I did my first, which was a couple years ago, which was for the online training team that we have here. And the last year, I started to do it a huge effort because it was something that made me feel very creative and I wasn't doing many activities on design. So I don't know, in the last year, I can say that mainly about templates and PPTs, 7, something like that for every presentation that I had to do this year.
Nice, thank you. Another question from Petra is, when you have such a pretty visual and pretty PPT, how to keep the balance between your audience listening to you versus being amazed by what you created and not really listen to you? You know, when your PPT gets more attention, I guess, from you.
That's that's the thing there, that it is coming back to what I explained at the start. You are the protagonist and everything has a why. So you shouldn't place things in order to look good, because that's not the point of it. You should have the focus that the why of the complete presentation is transferring knowledge and you are the one doing it. So don't let your PPT take the complete protagonism. Sometimes it might be hard because if it is a graph or something, you need to work on it. But if you're actually doing it right and you are pointing at the graph and showing the different things, you are still the protagonist. They're looking at what you are pointing. So that's the thing. You need to control that protagonism and don't let the PPT go over you.
Very true. Nice. Thank you for the tips. And lastly, Chabi from Budapest, he's asking, do you offer private tutoring? I don't know, for him or for anyone here that wants to get better in PPTs.
For sure, if you want to talk with me, my name is in the presentation. You can search me on LinkedIn, Google, or something, and I will be more than happy because this is something that I truly believe. I worked with people, and yeah, for sure, I will be happy.
I also think that getting feedback, especially if you're new to this, getting feedback from someone that knows something more, it's really helping you improve. So thank you for that.
Or more into the technical side, like how can I do this exact thing? I can tell you with a couple of clicks, but if not, you might be a bit lost.
Exactly. So thank you very much. This is hopefully gonna be saved for people to watch later as well. So thank you. We encourage everybody to try things out.
Thank you all. Enjoy the rest. Bye.
Bye, Alvaro. So we are back to our normal break time. We got some really practical things in the last webinars, and in the next one we're gonna have a sparkle of joy, if I may say that. But let's have our little break for now, and you're gonna see more afterwards. Stay tuned with us. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you listened already to your favorite song and that you're already a bit cheered up. Because for now, we're going to have a lovely trainer who is really into positive vibes, and I'm sure she's going to share them with us. She has been discovering happiness for quite some time, and she's going to share with us some really cool tips and tricks on how you can bring a sparkle of joy in anything that you're doing, even to the things that you kind of have to do. So we're looking to hear more from Andriana from Novi Sad.
Hello, so glad to see you all here. I will share my screen right now so we can start. So can you see my PPT?
Yes, we can perfectly see it.
Thank you. Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Andriana. I'm coming from Novi Sad, and currently I'm studying electrical engineering as most of us EESTECers, and I have been trainer for about 1 year. Also for last year, I have been project manager full-time. So bringing a joy in another people is kind of part of my work. So I will share with you here some tips and tricks that I learned through this journey, as Jana mentioned. So let's start simple. Let's start simple with a simple question. What is joy? What do you think? People usually get confused with this question. So we'll start with what is not joy, because that's also important. Joy is not being happy all the time. It's not being cheerful and being all hyped as people usually perceive it. And most important, it is not avoiding your problems. It is not when you're having a problem and not trying to not think about it in order to be happy. That's just not it, and that's the wrong way, but we will talk a bit more about it later. And what it is being generally satisfied with your life, with everything you do. So I will start with something I choose this time to share with you regarding joy, and we're starting with negative things because that's usually something we all can get related to. So we'll start with complaining. Oh, sorry, okay. We'll start with complaining, and I like to say complaining is like a bad breath. You usually notice it when it comes from someone else's mouth, and that's really true. We usually don't realize that we are complaining about something, and that really affects our mood and the way we are perceiving our life. So, did you complain about something this week? I'll let you a few seconds to write that bad boys down and think about just a few things that you complained about. What was bothering you this week or this period of time, doesn't matter. Just like take a few seconds and write it down. Okay, I guess that was fast because we can usually remember that pretty fast. That there is always something that is bothering us, so we can proceed with it. So we need to realize that complaining is not the same as noticing and making observation. For example, when it is hot outside, like it is right now in Serbia, you can make an observation. So it's really sunny and hot outside, but you can also be like sweating and feeling everything inside yourself and starting complaining about it's so hot, I hate it, and so on. That's like a real difference when you're feeling it. And the most important about complaining is the most important difference between complaining and making observation is that complaining makes you suffer, like it makes you really feel it inside yourself, and being really unsatisfied with something, and usually it affects other aspects of your life, like, you know, when if you don't like it when it's really hot outside or cold, doesn't matter, just like, let's take that simple example. When you hate it when it is hotter or cold, you can't really concentrate on other things. You can recall something like that in your mind when there is something bothering you on the physical level, for example, and you literally can't think about anything else. When someone asks you some question, you answer like super annoying. So that's what complaining makes us do. You don't have to feel that suffering, but we'll come to that part. So let's talk about some science behind it. Science says that complaining triggers our negativity bias. What is it? That's a part of our brain where our negativity starts, and it really makes us really focused, and there is a reason why we had it. Like, let's think a bit behind, like few million years ago, when our ancestors were cavemen, they had to survive in their environment. So, for example, think about some of our cavemen being in their cave or somewhere in the woods, and suddenly they notice some noises, and all their focus goes right there, because they are not sure if that's, for example, some tiger that can kill them or something else. So they need to run to prepare themselves, and there is no any space to think about something else, because something else might kill them. And somehow we still have that. And you know, when you're having presentation, for example, take whatever example you want, you're having presentation, and so many people say that it was amazing, it was perfect, but there is that one person that tells, it wasn't anything special, I don't know, I didn't like the colors on PPT. And all your focus goes there. That's your negativity bias. It is, you're trained, we're like having that in our DNA, to focus on those negative things. But right now we don't have that survival instinct, so we don't need to put so much energy in those things. But before it, we need to recognize them. So also, problem that this behavior causes is tunnel vision. What does that mean? It means that it blocks our vision from everything around. Like, you're focused on one particular thing and you can't think about anything else. That is actually scientifically proven, because I'll share one experiment I found with you. It was done to some people. So there was two groups. One group had super positive mood. They showed them some funny videos, some happy pictures, and so on. And for another group, they put them in the negative mindset. So they show them some war pictures and some really bad things happening. And afterwards, they put them some device to follow their eyes. So and they followed when they showed them the same pictures, and the people who had the positive mindset in that moment, they were seeing a whole picture, and the ones who wasn't, the ones with the negative mindset, they focused on only one particular thing they find the most interesting in that moment. And that's actually how we function. When we are upset about something, we are focused on one thing that bothers us, and we don't see everything else around us. We can't see the solution of the problem in those things because we are thinking about the problem, but a bit more later about it. So we should try to go to open up our vision and to go behind it. So breaking free, how we can do it. What I like to call it is that we can go from that golden cage we put ourselves into, with taking a compliant vacation, like trying to recognize every time we are making some criticism. It doesn't matter if it's for ourselves. For example, many of us are self-critical, so we are giving some bad comments to ourselves. Sometimes we are giving them to someone else, or even just thinking about it. And at first it will be hard. It will not be easy to just think about like I'm about to say something bad or to complain about something. It's not that simple, but we can start practicing noticing our behavior. And whenever something like that goes out from our mind, we can notice it. That's amazing first thing we can do. So after it, we can try to neutralize ourselves with like when you say something critical or complain about something. It doesn't matter if it's just weather. It is not really important. Just when you're complaining, try to neutralize it. Like don't try to go from minus to plus. Try to go to zero. For example, I will. For example, it is saying, like, imagine some trains. When they're when train is going in one direction, when it will wish to change the direction, it can go just in another direction because there are so many wagons behind. It needs to stop first and to change the gears, and then it can go back. So it is saying with our mindset, we need to, from negative, we need to stop and then try to go to positive. Going to positive is actually kind of pretty simple. It is by trying to find something really simple to be grateful for in that situation. For example, if we're not satisfied at job, we are not having satisfying things to do, someone is bothering us or whatever is happening, and we feel like we can't find anything to be grateful for. There is always something. Like, for example, you can be like, there is coffee in the morning, and there are some cool people I like. There is whatever can make your day. For example, for myself, it is always we're having a dogs at our company, so they're always cheer you up. There is always something there. You can always find something that can cheer you up. For example, when you're super positive and when you're in that mood, you can give yourself a task to write everything that can make you feel better. Because when, we already mentioned that when you are negative, it is much harder to find anything to focus on which is positive. So when you are super positive, try to make a list of things that makes you happy. And then when you find yourself in a bad mood or criticizing everything around, complaining, you can just pick something from that list that will make up your mood. For example, I know that many people are using so many, happy jars, jar of joy. So you can put inside, whenever you think about something, like something nice happens, you can put paper inside of it. And whenever you are in a bad mood, take one paper from it and cheer up. So right now we like a few minutes ago, you wrote some things that we were complaining about in the past week. So for that things in this moment, I ask you to write at least one thing for each that you are grateful for, that you can find that it's actually good in that situation. Okay, so we can proceed. Also, what I wanted to mention regarding this is that even when things are right, when they are good, you can again be grateful, because it will make you be even more positive and even more grateful and joyful in your life. And there are so many tools that I would like to mention for being grateful. You can install some apps on your phone. There are so many for writing just 1, 2, 3 things that you're grateful in your day. Also, there are so many books you can buy about it, and so many notebooks that are having given practices for it. So you can try it out, of course, and of course you can try this jar I mentioned. Also, about it, being positive is not just so simple, and it is normal that you're having your days down. Like I mentioned on the beginning of the presentation, it is having a joyful life. It's not avoiding problems. Of course, it is normal to have them from time to time, to complain from time to time. So don't criticize yourselves for those things. And also, I wanted to mention something else in this presentation. So a second before, I mentioned like that when we are complaining, we're not thinking about solutions for our problems. And that's the biggest struggle we're having, actually, because our negative bias is doing that for us. So we should go into that mindset that whenever we can't change something, we should change the way we think about it. So what I think with it, we should take control. Like, you know, taking control over your life makes us feel better, makes us feel like we can do whatever we want, because it's give us courage, and it makes our self-esteem higher. So you know that there are so many things we don't have control over, like the weather. I'm going all the time around that one example, but it's so simple and everyone can relate with it. We should like try to divide our whole life into sections. One is the things we can take control over, and the other are things that we can't. So we shouldn't be bothering ourselves with the things we can take control over. And that's the fact. Sometimes we can definitely find some workarounds with them. For example, when it's hot, you can always try to take a cold shower, to take an ice cream or something to make yourself feel better in that situation. And there are kind of workarounds, but you can't directly affect the weather. When we are having those two lists, the thing that definitely helps myself the most is if I start small. Whenever I feel like I'm losing control over my life, that there are so many things happening everywhere, I don't know where to focus, and there are so many problems in each of aspects of my life, I start small. Like try to take control over something super small. For example, we're all having, for sure, some part of our apartment that is kind of messy. For example, you're having one drawer that is keeping everything you don't know where to put, or whatever it is in your life. Just like start super small, go there and organize it, do something with it. When you do it, like try to think about some other things that that are problematic in this moment, and while you're organizing it, you'll start to feel like you're getting control back. So it is literally like that, because you took control over some segment of your life. It wasn't so important, but you took it, and it gives you confidence to go to the next one. And talking about next one is so many times we are having so many obligations, and we have been told you should do this, you should finish your studies, you should get a job, you should do this, you should do that. And sometimes we just don't feel like it, and that's normal. And the most important part, sometimes people will say, tell us you should do this or that, but we shouldn't say that to ourselves. Why? In the description of this webinar was that obligation is one of the worst ways to motivate ourselves. It is because we feel like we don't have control. When we know that we must do something, that we should do something, we feel like there is no control, that we can't decide over it. So we should just change the way we talk to ourselves about it. It doesn't mean we shouldn't do it, but we should find another way. Try with saying yourself, okay, I could do it if I wanted to. And then give yourself permission to decide if you will do it or not. Sometimes it's not that simple. So many times actually it's not that simple. It's simply because there are some deadline, there is something really important going on, but give yourself permission that if you feel like you need rest, if you feel like you need to take 2 hours long shower, if you feel like you need to watch that episode of the series, if you feel like whatever you feel, just give yourself permission to do it. Give yourself the permission to decide that you want to do it. So with all your shoulds, like just rephrase them and say yourself, I could if I wanted to, and decide. And that's another way to take control over your life. For many things you will be like, okay, I would, simply because so many things will give us that sense of satisfaction afterwards. For example, if you don't want to study in this moment, but later on you will be satisfied with the good grade you get, or simply with that you don't have to study that same exam again, that's something that you maybe want to do in this moment. And right now, go back to that first list we made. We had 2 sections of this list, and right now you're probably having so much more confidence and motivation to do those things. So go back and go to the things you're having control over, and make yourself decide which is the next thing that you want to make a change with. So give yourself permissions and do whatever brings the sparkle of joy. And don't forget that you are able to do whatever you want. You just can't do everything at the same time, but you definitely can. Do everything in your own pace. It is normal that you need more time for some things than some other people, and vice versa. So don't worry about it. Just keep in mind that you can do it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andriana. That was indeed a sparkle of joy, as you promised. I'm looking if we have any questions. But in any case, I want to share with you that this was a great reminder for me, because I know these things are heard around a lot, but we tend to forget. So we somehow know that we shouldn't complain, and that complaining gives you these negative vibes, but we keep doing it. So we need this kind of reminder to stop doing it, and tracking on what you complain helps you define it. So I actually wrote it down when you asked us, and I wrote exams. Of course, I'm complaining about exams, but after your webinar, I will reconsider it, and I'll try to find some positive aspects of it.
I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you.
Yeah, we have a question. How to find sparkle of joy in a boring task that you should do, but you don't want to do it at the moment?
So it is something that I kind of mentioned. You can try to find some cool aspect of it, but also what I didn't mention is that you can try to find another way to do it. Like, go and think about your good qualities, some things that you enjoy to do, and try to do that task in that way. There are so many creative ways to do so many tasks that seem so boring. For example, like so many calculations and statistics and so on can be done in really interesting way. There's up to our creativity and searching possibilities, because so many people already share those things on Google. We should just remind ourselves that we can Google it and try to find it. Like, that's one really important skill I forgot for some period of time, and when I remember that maybe someone came up with it, and that kind of changed my mind. Definitely, it changed my life.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for your insights. And for this, it's kind of mindset shift, I would say, when you start dealing with these things. One last thought from my side would be what you shared, like the question that you shared, what are we grateful for? And I actually wrote that I'm grateful for you for reminding us of these positive aspects of life. So thank you very much. All of my gratefulness is on you at this point.
Thank you so much. I'm so grateful for this opportunity and everything we are doing in training team. Thank you, Jana.
Awesome. So see you soon, I hope, and have a nice evening.
See you soon. See you also. Bye.
Bye bye, Andriana. So after this beautiful and cheerful time that we had, and how to find these positive aspects in our lives, we're going to, let's say, come to our last webinar, which is hopefully going to make us more mindful. And this is also the title of this webinar, and I'm so looking forward to it. First, let's have 1 or 2 minutes of break, and we will be back to welcome our next trainer. And now I would like to call everybody actually to take a deep breath and get ready for this meditation and mindfulness webinar from Gašper. Gašper, he's from Ljubljana, and he's actually practicing this tool, let's say tool of mindfulness, which is meditation, for quite some time, I would say years. So he will tell us more. He has some pretty cool insights. So if you have tried it and it didn't really work for you, or if you didn't try it, you're skeptical about it and you don't know the benefits of it yet, please listen to Gašper. He will have to share many insights with you. So welcome, Gašper. Are you with us? Let's wait for him.
Hello, hello.
Welcome.
Excuse me, somehow I could not start the camera. Let me try now. It works. All right, I fixed it. Whew. Thank you for the nice introduction. A lot. Maybe I can start sharing my presentation and then shall we?
Of course.
Awesome. All right. Okay, so let me first introduce a little bit of myself so that you can get to know who I am. My name is Gašper. I'm 22 years old from Ljubljana, Slovenia, like Petra and Žiga that were opened the webinar with Tunja. I am studying computer science and working in an energy trading field. I've been an EESTECer for a bit more than 4 years now and part of the soft skills training team since 2 years. And as Jana mentioned, I'm quite interested in meditation and mindfulness and had been for a while now. I started exploring this topic actually back in high school, in first, second grade, which was around 6 years ago. I was 15, 16 years old. And since around 3 years, I've kind of managed to keep it a constant daily practice. So now it's like comparable to brushing my teeth, which is a double-edged sword. I can maybe tell why later. I have, of course, too much and yet a lot to learn. However, I love talking about it and discussing it, exploring different ideas, outlooks on it. And yeah, I'm excited to share some cool things today about this topic. And it's amazing that the previous presenters were mentioning about joy, digital well-being, and everything as what we'll be talking today is an essential tool and helper that can help us implement everything that you heard today in your life smoothly and more easily. And I'll be telling us a couple of benefits of meditation, and later on, which can be a nice finish to our day today, I will be playing a guided meditation from Headspace, which you might have heard of. So starting off, we are in quite different stages in our lives. So maybe I'd like to acknowledge first that meditation affects each person quite uniquely, and that's normal and exciting as well. And as it has been mentioned before, we live in quite a time of uncertainty and ambiguity, especially now. And it's maybe harder to find some space in the day to relieve stress or get our thoughts together, calm down from the day, especially because a lot of you might have exams right now or will be having. And regarding our daily lives, we can spend a lot of our time thinking about maybe negative things, maybe staying stuck in the past, maybe worrying about the future. And there can be a good chance that often we don't realize that before we spend a couple of hours or minutes. And a really nice thing we can do for ourselves is to take care of our mind these days or every day. So yeah, one of the cool things I'll be mentioning today, returning back to the present moment. So let me first also share some benefits that this practice can have on us. So meditation, that has also been backed up by studies, because it's quite a research topic actually, but we still don't understand it that much. So I will just iterate through them a little bit. And one of them is stress reduction and anxiety. So imagine using this while being a head organizer in an NGO event, as well as improving general emotional health. With self-image, it has been proved to decrease depression. My favorite is increasing self-awareness, basically developing a stronger understanding of yourself and others, the world around you, lengthening the attention span. I imagine it like weightlifting, but for the brain, also improving memories. And fun fact, also the brain ages slower that way, as well as the classic one that you might have heard before, improving sleep. Alongside that, training our mind helps us as well be more present to the moment. It can help us be less judgmental to ourselves and to others, more open to share. And as well as one of my favorites, help us change our perspective on things by gaining insights about ourselves and the world. So I see it as really a catalyzing learning process in everyday life, as it helps me and anybody, I think, process emotions faster. So also bringing more joy into my life, rooting out negative thought patterns, prioritization, and also making important life decisions. And all of this essentially leads to what we usually like to have in life: more calmness, compassion, clarity, stuff like that. So let's put a few words on these two things, the mindfulness and meditation themselves. And mindfulness itself is about being aware of things, being conscious of something. It can be mindful walking, eating. So it's like a large umbrella. It covers many different kinds of aspects. And we can practice it anytime and anywhere. And oftentimes in our daily lives, our minds wander around from what we're currently doing, maybe what I'm gonna buy in the store when I reach there, or stuff like that. And when we're mindful, we're actively involved with all of our senses and taking the surroundings. And this umbrella, this mindfulness, includes meditation, which is a practice. And there are various approaches to it. So we won't dive deep into that. And if we start talking about meditation itself, as I mentioned, it's a practice, it's an activity that focuses the attention on what is happening in the mind and in the body at current moment, rather than allowing our attention to wander for the various trains of thoughts and feelings. And how that happens is by practicing returning our attention again and again and again to the present moment. And what this present moment means is that we usually pick something to focus on as an anchor. For example, most often you can see breath being an anchor, returning to the breath, because breath is really the most natural thing we do. So what I should mention as well is that meditation is intentional. So we're intentionally focusing back to our breath, and both mindfulness and intention are skills, which means the more we practice this, the better we get at it. So our brain is like a big muscle, and that's an awesome thing. So back to this anchor thing I was mentioning. Let's say that we chose breath as our anchor. Let's say the feeling that goes through our nostrils when we breathe, and our mind will wander, thoughts will arise, and the aim isn't to have an empty mind, or in other words, have no thoughts or get rid of them, because this is not possible. It's also not to stop our emotions or make more of them. Let's say if we want to recreate joy, we want to succeed that way. It's to elevate our awareness of what is happening inside, whatever is happening, as well as learning how to be at ease with our thoughts. So I really like the analogy of taming a wild horse, you know, when it eventually calms down, or shaking a jar of sand and watching how sand slowly goes to the bottom. So imagining like your mind as this. And what's essential here is that we're observing here and not reacting to what's happening. We are creating a space in between our thought and the action to decide whether we will take that action or decision or not. So oftentimes we get a thought and we act immediately. Sometimes we don't want to act on something, and let's say we feel guilty or whatever, we didn't want to act that way. With mindfulness, we're creating this space in between the thought, so we can see the thought before we are acting on it. That's the cool thing about it. So let's say that we're meditating, which we'll try later, and our anchor is our breath. Let's say, just to give you an example, let's say we start thinking about what we're gonna buy in the store after lunch because we're meeting friends later and you're excited and you're building plans and it's tempting to think on more. But we said that meditation is intentional and we want to return back to our breath. So at some point we can realize that we're thinking, and our simple job then is to return back. But this sounds really simple, but in reality, it's really not that simple, because we like to, when thoughts come that we want to think of them, we want to think further, they're exciting, or we just get caught ourselves up in thought patterns. It's not that easy to bring back the awareness, and that's why building it a practice can significantly improve that. So let's get into some practice. And I would like to invite everyone to join me into this 5-minute guided meditation from Headspace. I personally didn't want to guide it because I don't feel confident, and try to find a comfortable and quiet spot. Having your back straight works well. So whatever is going in your body and mind right now, if it's busy, if you're agitated, nervous, or calm, everything is okay. So try to be okay with whatever is happening and follow alongside. And yeah, whatever comes and arrives into your mind, try to let it go. Try to let it pass. Let me just switch back to audio mode. All right. Jana, could you confirm if you will hear the sound? All right.
Hi. Over the next 10 sessions, I'm going to show you a really simple way of getting some more headspace in your life. And don't worry if you've never done anything like this before. This is a really straightforward technique, and I'm going to talk you through every step of the way. All you need to do is to sit back, relax, and allow the body and mind to unwind. So just take a moment to get comfortable. Doesn't matter whether you're sitting on a chair, on the floor, whatever feels best. But I'd like you to begin with your eyes open. Not staring too intently, just aware of the space around you. And just maintaining that soft focus with the eyes. Just starting with a couple of big deep breaths, breathing in through the nose and out through the mouth. As you breathe in, just feeling the lungs expand as they fill with air. And as you breathe out, just noticing how the muscles soften as the body exhales. Just one more time. And as you breathe out this time, just gently closing the eyes and allowing the breath to return to its natural rhythm, in and out through the nose. So just take a moment just to feel the weight of the body pressing down against the seat beneath you. The feet on the floor, the hands, the arms just resting on the legs. Starting to notice the space around you, any sounds. Just allowing those sounds to come and go. And then just bringing the attention back to the body. Just noticing how the body feels right now. And just to help with this, starting at the top of the head, just gently scanning down through the body. Noticing what feels comfortable, what feels uncomfortable. Smooth, even, steady, from head to toe. And as you scan down, just starting to notice the movement of breath in the body. How the breath creates a rising and falling sensation. For some people that's in the stomach, for others the chest, sometimes the diaphragm. If you can't feel anything, just gently placing your hand on the stomach. But just noticing that movement. Don't worry if your mind wanders off, that's perfectly normal. As soon as you realize it's wandered, just gently bring the attention back to the breath again. Starting to notice whether the breaths are long or short, deep or shallow. And then just for a few seconds, letting go of that focus on the breath and just allowing the mind to do whatever it wants to do. So if it's been wanting to think, just let it think now. And then bringing the attention back to the body again. Just coming back to that feeling of weight pressing down. Perhaps noticing the sounds around you again. And you can just open your eyes in your own time. And ask yourself how that feels, having taken a few minutes out of the day. So whether there's a greater sense of calm, perhaps clarity. Don't worry if there's still lots of thoughts running around. That's very normal at this stage, and the mind can change a lot from day to day. But before you jump up right now, just take a few moments to sit back and appreciate how good it feels to get a little more headspace. And I look forward to seeing you back here soon for session 2.
All right. I think that there was interesting elements today because I didn't feel alone during meditating now. It felt like connected because it was on a webinar. That was my observation. And yeah, maybe the last thing I wanted to share, I don't know how we are with time. I know I'm a bit over time, but I wanted to share a couple of quick tips that I would share to a person who is interested into starting out and maybe interested in making it a daily practice. If hopefully this webinar inspired some of you to try it out. I will share my presentation again. And right off the bat, I would like to suggest a book, which is an audiobook as well. And it really nicely describes all of these concepts and takes a larger look at it. And it's called Mindfulness in plain English by a person, I don't know how to pronounce his name of, Ratana. It's really amazing. So definitely. Second thing, we used the Headspace app, the basic free course, which is available to anyone. But there are also others, such as Calm, Waking Up by Sam Harris. So playing around, finding your app can help with this definitely. And using this first thing in the morning or last thing in the day can help it make it a practice. I personally do that first thing in the morning before the day starts and before my mind goes into daily routines and things like that. And another thing is start small and increase. Even if 1 minute motivates you to do it, that's completely cool. The most important thing is to show up. And it's also all right to start with every 3 days and seeing that way. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Maybe the last thing I would share that it's not always going to be pleasant or comfortable. And that's reality, because meditation and mindfulness isn't a means to escape reality or a means to get high. it means to reach reality. And if we're able to bring that sense of awareness, kindness to ourselves and others around us, it will sound cheesy and cliche, but we are essentially building more capacity to making the world a better and more peaceful place. And to become even more cliche-ish, I really will share this quote, which is analogous to like the thoughts and the mind, and it's not on the slides apparently, but it's, you can't stop the waves, but you can learn to surf. So it's thoughts and you can learn to go with the mind. That's what I wanted to share.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Gašper. I think it fitted really well in the timing of the whole Open Learning Day, because as you said, either first thing in the morning or last thing in the day. So I think it really helped us be present in this moment. And after a long day, just sit and appreciate what we have done today. Both all of you trainers and the audience that was watching this whole thing. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for having me. And I managed to listen to most of the webinars, and they were all amazing. And I'm also thankful for that.
Yes. Yeah, I know we can talk for years for mindfulness. It's a really interesting topic. And as we saw, it was also kind of involved in other topics as well today in many webinars, because it's a broad topic, mindfulness, but it's very needed, especially in our days when everything is rushing and everything's going so fast. Taking a moment to be present and be here and now, it's magical, and it should come naturally. That's the most interesting part. It should come naturally in a human being to be, you know, to be aware of your body and thoughts, but we're actually not. So we need to build that skill. That's so interesting.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. It's something that we don't learn when we grow up usually. So that's what makes it like powerful in this day-to-day world, because there's like so much information. Sebastian was talking about digital well-being, all of the apps, everything. So our brain is like pretty frustrated.
Yes, very true. All right, so thank you very much, and I'm sure we will be meeting soon around Europe.
Definitely. Thank you, and see you all. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So with this, we are reaching the end of this Open Learning Day. Now I feel the pressure after all these wonderful webinars. I feel the pressure to do some nice closing, but I think it doesn't matter a lot in the end. I hope you learned a lot today, that you're going to take some tools, practices, tips, or even a mindset, if you like, from today's webinars. And yeah, it was lovely having you all here. Some last words I would like to share is, first of all, that we would really appreciate your feedback in any kind of form. You can approach any of us personally or send us an email to the training team. It's the first time we're doing this, and we would like to repeat it. Maybe if we show that this has value for you, then we will try to repeat it. So please tell us how we can improve it, any aspect of it, and make it even more wonderful for all of you to learn and take more out of it. We would also like to thank actually many people, because many people are behind this action. First of all, we would like to help another team of our association, it's PR team. They helped us structure this whole promotion of the online event, and also set up all these platforms that it's up to their knowledge. So we thank them a lot. We also thank all the members of training team that worked for that, the trainers, of course, that they delivered the webinars, but also people that, again, helped us with promoting the event, with raising awareness about this Open Learning Day. So we thank everyone who contributed more or less to this Open Learning Day. We are thankful for all of you. And lastly, we thank all the EESTECers, and not only, also our partner NGOs who were present in this Open Learning Day, and they shared questions or comments or even vibes. Even if we're not together, I think we can feel those vibes that you share out there. And that was really precious for all of us. So yes, a big thank to all of you. We really hope, and I talk on behalf of the whole team, we really hope to see you around Europe and keep sharing all this knowledge and experience that we all have with each other. The interaction is that matters here. And yeah, keep chasing opportunities to learn and develop yourselves. And with this, I would like to close these webinars, and yeah, have a lovely evening.